Chapter 487. Andre nodded with a smile. That's right. She's a priestess of the flame of wrath. She might be the only priestess in the material world, so you'd better not have any ideas about her. Understood. Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret. I won't let anyone else know. I believe that with this outstanding achievement, you'll definitely be rewarded by the councilman. Kent sheathed his weapon without any hesitation and revealed a knowing look. No one knew what he thought of, but a lewd smile appeared on his expressionless face. As the saying went, people who had been involved in conspiracies and plots for a long time always liked to complicate simple things. As long as you gave them a piece of information, they would quickly come up with a series of complicated conjectures. More than 99% of the conjectures would be unimaginable. There was no doubt that Kent had fallen into a similar cycle. His mind automatically filled in the gaps and saved him the trouble of making up lies. Andre's mouth flashed with a hint of playfulness, and he quickly urged, "All right, this matter ends here. Tell me about the origins of the manuscript. I can't wait to hear the details." "As you wish." Kent placed one hand on his chest and bowed elegantly. "According to the information I received, Neil Grant was just an ordinary hereditary butler 15 years ago. He didn't undergo any professional training and worked for the Magi family in Misero City. He lived a busy and fulfilling life every day. However, fate played a little joke on him when the year was about to end. A man who claimed to be from the kingdom of Malt suddenly collapsed in front of the manor of the Magi family. When the servants found him, he was already dead. Out of respect for the deceased, the eldest son of the family, Piero, ordered the servants to change the corpse into clean clothes and prepare for a simple funeral. While doing so, Neil found a book of poetry in the corpse's undergarments. It's the one you're holding now. However, no one realized its value at the time. It was just a passerby's work and was casually thrown on the bookshelf. No one cared about it. Since then, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone thought that the incident was over and that it was time to prepare for the new year. However, on the last day of December, the grave of the dead man was suddenly dug up by someone. Not only were the funerary objects inside missing, even the corpse had disappeared without a trace. The people in the manor were scared out of their wits. They all suspected that a necromancer was stealing the corpses. Even Neil, who had always been calm, had a bad feeling about it. As a matter of fact, his intuition was right. Just after midnight, an unknown person or monster suddenly attacked the manor and killed every living thing. They even asked around for a book of poetry that was bound with old parchment. There was only one wound on the body of the deceased's body, and that was his left eye. At this point, Kent couldn't help but shiver. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear, as if he was recalling the scene back then. After all, the manor of a noble was usually surrounded by tall walls, almost like a castle. There were also at least 30 elite soldiers, 2 to 3 feudal knights, a dozen ferocious hunting dogs, and at least 30 servants. The presence of the dogs meant that there was no way to ambush them. The presence of the knights meant that there was no lack of high-end combat power. With over 30 soldiers and a considerable number of servants, even if they encountered a strong enemy, they should be able to escape, right? However, it was under such circumstances that everyone had died from a sword piercing through their eyes. Moreover, all of them had died in the left eye. Even the dogs were no exception. Just how powerful would one have to be able to do something like this? Even though he couldn't confirm the authenticity of the rumors, Kent still felt his entire body turn cold every time he thought of the rumors. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Apart from fear, there was no other emotion in his heart. At the very least, it has to be a melee fighter above level 17. Who knows? He might have even crossed the threshold of the legendary realm and mastered some special killing techniques. Andre furrowed his brows, secretly estimating the strength of the killer. At the same time, he estimated the chances of him surviving if he encountered the killer. Although mages had a huge advantage when facing melee fighters, once their total profession level exceeded 21, it meant that they could obtain certain things that were beyond the limits of their profession. For example, armored skin, which could make a warrior's skin as hard as leather armor. Ordinary iron weapons could only leave a white mark on the warrior's skin, and not even a drop of blood could be seen. Another example was legendary evasion, which could evolve the body's reflexes to a level beyond that of felines. Even standing in a rain of arrows, the warrior could easily dodge them all. There were even some warriors who could temporarily break through the sound barrier and create terrifying supersonic attacks. Often, they could smash an elephant into meat paste. The power was unbelievably strong. Of course, the physical requirements of warriors also determined that their numbers were inevitably few, even fewer than that of the legendary mages. This was because the latter had various methods to prolong their lives, while the former's physical fitness would begin to decline rapidly once they reached middle age. No matter how powerful a legendary warrior was, if he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he could only end up as a powerless old man. A scholar in Oriir once said that warriors were pitiful. When they were young, they couldn't cross the threshold of the legendary realm due to their lack of experience. However, when they accumulated enough experience, they would have become white-haired old men. Their physical fitness would decline greatly, and they would completely lose the chance to advance to the legendary realm. Only those races with long lives and very few geniuses among geniuses had the ability to advance to the highest level. In comparison, it was much easier for mages to cross the threshold of the legendary realm. At least there were many methods in arcane magic to increase one's lifespan. Moreover, the speed of aging of the mind was much slower than that of the muscles, not to mention the ritual to transform into an undead creature or an elemental life. With a long lifespan, mages could naturally slowly accumulate knowledge, skills, and experience. Finally, they could transform quantitative change into qualitative change, cross the threshold of the legendary realm, and form their own unique magical domain. Of course, for most mages, they might not be able to reach such heights in their lifetime. Generally speaking, everyone would be stuck at a certain stage according to their talent and experience. If there were no special opportunities, it would be difficult to take another step forward. Chapter 488. Generally speaking, it was easy to become a warrior. Any ordinary person could become a warrior after strict training, but it was difficult to develop to a higher level of power. On the other hand, it was the opposite for a mage. It was difficult to become a mage. One had to be smart enough and have strong learning and logical thinking ability, and it required a lot of talent. However, as long as one focused and explored step by step, it was not a problem to reach level 7. There was no doubt that a level 7 mage could be considered as a high-level combat force in most places. Regardless of whether it was AoE damage, self-defense, or large-scale control, they could handle it with ease. Coupled with magical items, scrolls, and potions, just a few of them would be able to change the direction of a battle. Most importantly, a level 7 mage could already use certain means such as making a deal or offering a sacrifice to a powerful creature from another plane, or concocting a life-prolonging potion according to a formula to forcibly delay the arrival of death. It was undoubtedly 100 times more powerful than a warrior's less than 10 years of glory. Even if a mage was too old to walk, as long as his fingers could still bend and his throat could still make sounds, he could still cast spells in theory. As for legendary mages, unless they were tired of living and took the initiative to provoke the terrifying monsters hidden in the multiverse, even the gods could not do anything to them. It was almost equivalent to eternal life. Since it was not so easy to die, it meant that every time a legendary mage was born in the world, the total number of legendary mages would increase by 1, and basically, it would not decrease. Once a legendary warrior reached a certain age, either their body would be seriously aged and they would break away from the legendary level, or they would die in a fierce battle. Therefore, although there were many legendary warriors recorded in history, there were very few who could survive. At present, there were less than 6 legendary melee professions in the whole of Orire. They were the heroes of all the barbarian tribes in the great wilderness of Charlotte, the great legendary barbarian warrior, Shifts. In the overseas elves' gathering place, the most powerful legendary sword dancer among the moon elves, Antinoa, the legendary head knight of the northern Canteru kingdom, Ulrich Gerald, the chosen of the god of war in the material world, the weapon master who was known as the strongest warrior on the continent, Kelvin Ballyman. In the Death Swamp, the king of hundreds of thousands of lizardmen tribes, the legendary ranger, Balthazar. The last one was a legendary paladin who served the god of justice, Charlene Lancel. Each of these people had terrifying power. Take the weapons master Kelvin Barman as an example. Without the interference of powerful spellcasters, he could single-handedly kill tens of thousands of professional armies. It was said that with the legendary battle-axe Dragon Roar, a full-force blow could tear the earth apart, and he could tear down a castle with his bare hands. However, even such a terrifying humanoid weapon wouldn't dare to claim that it could reach the level of Master Swordsman Jonas Richard Turner at his peak. From this, it could be seen how valuable the manuscripts he left behind were. It wasn't surprising that it attracted the attention of some experts. Andre could almost imagine that there were countless forces involved in this matter. The annihilation of the McGee family was completely expected. If it were any other person or organization that wanted to monopolize the secret, they would not have allowed anyone who had touched the manuscript to live. After all, it would be better if fewer people knew about something as important as this. Killing people happened to be the simplest and most brutal way to hide the truth. Thinking of this, Roland nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, what happened after that? How did Neil escape the pursuit and become a wandering swordsman and pirate with this manuscript? A helpless expression appeared on Kent's face as he replied with a wry smile. Perhaps you feel that the first part of the story is bizarre enough, but the second part of the story is even more unbelievable. Just a few hours before the incident, Neil received an anonymous letter asking him to take the manuscript to the river 3 kilometers away from the manor. This guy was lucky enough to escape the massacre and met a man who claimed to be the successor of Jonas Richard Turner. This man directly told Neil that great danger had arrived and asked him to take the manuscript and leave Mazzaro City as quickly as possible. He wanted him to hide in a place where no one could find him, and it would be best if he never let the manuscript see the light of day again. After these words, a powerful assassin suddenly appeared and engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the successor of Jonas Richard Turner. No one knew who won in the end, but from the traces left on the ground, there was indeed a fierce battle between 2 powerful warriors. Neil took this opportunity to escape to the docks with the manuscript and took a boat to Vallon City in the Sardinia Islands. He used the chaotic situation here to hide himself and found a codebreaker expert to translate some of the swordsmanship techniques. It didn't take long for him to transform from an ordinary person to a wandering swordsman. In order to ensure that the secret wouldn't be known by a second person, he quickly killed the codebreaker expert after he obtained part of the secret. From then on, no one else knew about the secret of the manuscript. After many investigations, I finally found the daughter of the codebreaker expert. Coupled with the huge intelligence system of the Shadow Web, I was able to find some clues. That sounds interesting. He's a pursuer, and he's the successor of Hannes Richard Tenner. It's like a classic story from the bards. Andre clearly didn't believe Kent's story. In his opinion, there were too many melodramatic coincidences. Most importantly, Neil was already in his 50s. Even a decade ago, he was between 35 and 40 years old. He had long since passed the prime of his body. So how could he have trained to be so agile? It had to be known that once a human reached the age of 30, their muscles would begin to loosen, and their bones would basically take shape. Perhaps they could increase their strength and endurance through training, but it was absolutely impossible for them to improve their agility. It was like many acrobats were performed by children, because children had the softest bones and could do many unimaginable movements. There was no doubt that Neil's swordsmanship was extremely agile, especially his footwork and the range of his wrist movements. He had to train from a young age, or he would never be able to reach the speed he displayed in battle. Chapter 489. Kent nodded in agreement. You're right. That's what I was thinking as well. That's why I've been hesitating on whether or not I should tell you this. After all, there are too many loopholes that can be found in it, and it can't stand up to scrutiny. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Neil truly values that manuscript very much. So much so that he carries it with him, no matter if it's eating, sleeping, or relieving himself. Andre glanced at the worn-out parchment in his hand and asked noncommittally with a smile, "Since you desire this manuscript so much, then you must have a way to decipher the secrets within." "Of course. I've already contacted the daughter of the codebreaker expert. She claims that she can crack the code on it." Kent replied without even thinking. Although he wanted to monopolize the secrets hidden in the manuscript, he immediately dismissed the idea after considering the way the shadow web dealt with traitors. He only hoped that the moody web weaver in front of him would share some of the results of the hard work he had put in to collect the information. "Give me her name and address. If this manuscript is real, then I don't mind bestowing a portion of it to you as a reward." A trace of playfulness surfaced on Andre's face as he spoke. As a transmigrator who could see through human nature, he could see the desire and greed in the other party's eyes at a glance. Therefore, he immediately made a promise, because in his next plan, he still needed to use this shadow web's feat. "Thank you very much for your grace. Here is her name and address. She's on a worn-out cargo ship in the lower city of Valen City. When the time comes, you just have to say the code phrase, 'One who walks on water,' and someone will naturally come to your aid." Kent handed over a slip of paper with her name and address written on it with both hands. Andre put away the slip of paper and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Now, go do what you need to do. I'm going to hide at the bottom of the ship for a while. You should return to Valen City as soon as possible and gather all the people in the organization in this area. There's going to be a big move soon." With that, he pulled Fiona's hand and quickly walked down the dim stairs, disappearing at the end not long after. "A big move, huh? Ha ha. Looks like after so many years, it's finally time for me to reap the rewards. Staying in the dark and playing tricks all day long. How could it compare to holding great power and becoming an overlord? Maybe after the subversion plan succeeds, my level will also increase, and I might even become the pirate king on the surface of the Sardinia Islands. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Kent looked at the corpse on the ground and growled excitedly. His eyes emitted a chilling light, and in a short while he sank the corpse into the sea from the side of the cabin. At the same time, he used the seawater to wash away the blood. Throughout the whole process, he did not show any sadness or regret, as if the one who died was a stranger and not his right-hand man. Perhaps in his heart, the 200-plus pirates on the Sea Wolf were just pawns that could be used. Even if all of them died, he wouldn't feel sad or sad. A scholar once said, "If a person has no ambition, he will not be enterprising." Most of his personality will be cowardly. At the same time, he will not have a strong sense of responsibility. He will be muddle-headed for the rest of his life, until the day he dies. He will probably not find the meaning of his existence. Even though this might be too absolute, it was more or less reasonable. It was obvious that Kent was such an ambitious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined a secret organization like the ShadowNet. It was all for the sake of one day standing out and becoming one of those high-ranking members who held great power in their hands. Of course, the price he paid for this wasn't small. Not only did he give up his status as a small noble and his inheritance rights, he had also concealed his identity for so many years. Now that he finally had the chance to show off his skills, he naturally had to give it his all. In just over half an hour, the pirates on the shore were recalled. Following closely behind, the Sea Wolf set sail through the night, disregarding the danger of hitting the rocks, and headed in the direction of Valen City. This ambitious foot was already impatient to start his operation and try his best to leave a good impression in front of Andre, so that he could smoothly occupy an advantageous position in the coming days. Only then would he be able to obtain more power. After all, he wasn't the only foot in the entire Sardinia Islands. There were 7 other fellows of the same level actively on the move. Once they took the initiative, the days after would be difficult. Using the cover of the night, the Sea Wolf quickly left Sea Turtle Island and headed for the waters filled with undercurrents and reefs. They would probably be able to dock near the harbor by midnight. The pirates would also be able to find a tavern or brothel on shore to vent their anger and dissatisfaction. Even though they had some doubts about the captain's sudden order to stop the search, none of them dared to ask about it due to Sea Wolf Kent's cold and tyrannical personality. Andre knew that he was already on the way to Valen City as he felt the bumps caused by the waves crashing against the hull. He slightly relaxed his tense nerves and raised his head to look at the silent girl sitting in front of him, smiling faintly. I know that you must have a lot of questions, confusion, and even fear right now. It doesn't matter. You can ask me anything now. As long as it doesn't involve any sensitive topics, I will definitely give you an answer. After all, there are still a few hours before we reach our destination, so there's enough time. It had to be said that tonight's events had happened too quickly and too suddenly. First, he had experienced a dangerous battle, followed by the emergence of the Shadow Web, and finally involved the manuscript of a master swordsman. Even he himself felt that it was unreal, let alone a girl from a fisherman's family who had lived in a relatively isolated area since she was young. Of course, Fiona was no longer an ordinary girl. She was the fire elemental prince, a priest of Aesop Desser. Furthermore, she had been baptized in blood, so she didn't panic like an ordinary girl, nor did she scream loudly. She only responded with silence. However, there were some things that had to be dealt with. Otherwise, once a knot was left in her heart, it would be difficult to smooth it over. Perhaps because she saw the sincerity in Andre's eyes, Fiona hesitated for a moment before immediately asking, "What kind of organization is the Shadow Web? What's your goal in joining them?" One had to know that there were countless evil cults and secret meetings in Or-Ire. Some were unscrupulous in fighting for benefits, while others incited rebellions and incited conflicts between nobles in order to gain control of a certain area. In short, there were few good people who liked to operate in the shadows. Chapter 490. Although Fiona did not reject killing and destruction as a priestess of the Lord of Raging Flames, it did not mean that she liked to hang out with a group of insidious and cunning guys all day long. "Ha, I knew you would ask these 2 questions. Andre shook his head helplessly. He took out the gold coin with the special pattern and waved it. "Do you see this? It was an accidental reward after an adventure. The person who gave it to me said that this thing could bring me good luck. I didn't think much at the time and accepted it directly. But who would have thought that the so-called good luck referred to the resources that could be used by the shadow web. In fact, I'm the same as you. I only found out today that there was a secret society hidden in the dark on the Sardinia Islands. Otherwise, why would there be such a fierce battle and almost lose my life? As for my goal, it's very simple. I want to use their power to completely destroy the rule of the pirate King Francis and return this distorted archipelago to normal. You mean all of this is just a coincidence? Fiona had an incredulous expression on her face. She did not seem to believe this explanation. No, it's the opposite. Everything you see and hear is a trap set up by someone in advance, and I'm just a manipulated chess piece. Can you understand this explanation? Since there was no way to tell the truth, Andre had to use another way to explain the current situation. He only hoped that the girl in front of him could understand that he was not a member of a mysterious organization, let alone an ambitious person who liked to overthrow the regime. What he yearned for most was to hide in a well-equipped mage tower and quietly study all kinds of strange mathematical olympiads, strange magical creatures, and endless planes that existed in the distant universe. But unfortunately, the simpler the wish, the harder it was to realize it. After all, there were only so many social resources. If one wanted to get enough resources, others would get less. If one wanted to get enough resources, one had to join the struggle between people and get rid of some of the vested interests and replace them. I seem to understand a little. So, you're not a member of the shadow web, and you're just using them, right? Fiona's face looked a little better, and the wariness in her eyes was also reduced a lot. But with her intellect, it was obvious that she couldn't understand the intricate relationships, not to mention the conspiracy behind it. It just so happened that Andre didn't want this young lady to come into contact with the dark side for the time being. So, he nodded with a smile. More or less. Actually, you just have to treat them as mercenaries who only care about profits, and I'm equivalent to an employer who doesn't intend to pay. Once you've achieved your goal, you can kick them away. Think about it. Under the rule of the pirates, the entire Sardinia archipelago was in a state of disorder and chaos, especially Valen City, which hides a large amount of evil. Wouldn't it be good if we could find an opportunity to overthrow everything and rebuild a new order so that the residents here could live normal lives? It's good, but can it really succeed? The pirates have ruled this archipelago for more than 400 years. Even when faced with a huge fleet led by Lincoln City, they have never been destroyed. Are you sure you have a way to do this? Fiona asked, holding her chin. Of course. The Pirate Alliance isn't as powerful as you think. They are like castles made of ice. They might look very sturdy on the surface and can withstand the test of powerful enemies, but once the temperature rises, they will quickly melt. What I want to do this time is to disintegrate them from the inside. I want all the pirates to be suspicious of each other, fight each other, and have internal strife, destroying the weak trust and balance between them. Then I will attack Valen City with a thunderous attack and completely end the history of the pirates on this archipelago. I believe you don't want to see your home continue to be ravaged by pirates who only know how to plunder and destroy, right? Just like the saying goes, humans are creatures who are extremely greedy and can never satisfy their desires. Andre had just escaped danger and was already planning to take down the Sardinia archipelago and turn it into a force under his control so that he could seize the initiative in the upcoming game. After all, the Lich's intention in giving him that gold coin was very likely to be to take down these fierce pirates as support. If he didn't make good use of it, how could he be worthy of himself? Fiona bit her lips with a complicated expression and retorted in a low voice, "No, this isn't my home. This is the cage that imprisoned me and my brother. But I would be very happy to see the pirates' rule in the Sardinia archipelago end. It would be best if scum like them were all killed." "Don't worry. I promise that after everything is over, there won't be a single pirate left alive here. They were born in the sea, so they should naturally die in the sea. At this point, the corner of Andre's mouth rose slightly, a cold smile that made one shudder. He wouldn't keep a group of unruly pirates who always wanted to replace him. Thus, he planned to use them as cannon fodder when the time was right and send them out to fight the enemy head-on. If they all died, then so be it. He could just push them back and rebuild them. As for the members of the Shadow Net, he also had to find an excuse to send them away. Otherwise, they would be scared awake even in their sleep when they thought of such a mysterious organization hidden in the dark in their own territory. Good. Then I'll wait to see the end of all the pirates. In addition, I'll keep what happened today a secret for you and won't mention it to anyone. Perhaps she caught the killing intent that flashed in Andre's eyes. Fiona also gave a solemn guarantee. Because of the hatred, she wanted to see the pirates suffer more than anyone else. After a conversation, the two who were originally a little estranged got back on good terms, especially the girl who had been conflicted. She could finally put down the worries in her heart and didn't have to force herself to treat the person she liked like an enemy. Andre also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fall out with his savior and become enemies, and he didn't want the first priest that he had painstakingly created to be gone just like that. Through this incident, he suddenly realized that the so-called identity of the chosen one of Aesop's Desser was not omnipotent. At least, after the girl in front of him became a priest, she still retained her original personality and way of thinking. Once his behavior and ideas conflicted with hers, the result was likely to be a parting of ways, or even an enemy. Although the Oleo continent was a magical world full of supernatural powers, the people who lived here were no different from the people on Earth. They all had a complete outlook on life and values. They were not puppets, nor were they puppets that could be manipulated by others. If they neglected this point, sooner or later, they would suffer a huge setback. Chapter 4, 91. A few hours later, the Sea Wolf finally passed through the reef area without any mishap and slowly sailed into the bustling docks of Valen City. Even though it was already midnight, the entire city still seemed to be bustling with activity. The noise could be heard clearly from thousands of meters away. From a certain point of view, the night was the true state of this place, especially the ubiquitous robberies, murders, as well as the fierce conflicts over territory. Finally, there were drunkards and scantily clad prostitutes, forming a hellish scene. Perhaps only the demon's home, the bottomless abyss, would be able to see such a scene. However, the pirates clearly didn't care about this. With the captain's order, they immediately rushed to the nearest tavern and brothel, all of them running away in the blink of an eye. After watching the last crew member leave, Kent quickly came to the bottom of the cabin and lightly knocked on the door. "Esteemed Lord Netweaver, we have reached the shore. You and your maid can come out now." Just as he finished speaking, the tightly shut cabin door slowly opened. Andre, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped over the threshold and arrived at the dim corridor. He looked around the empty cabin and immediately asked, "Have you sent away all the pirates under your command?" "Yes, they've all gone to the nearby taverns to have some fun. There's no fourth person on this ship apart from us. If you have any instructions, please feel free to tell me. I'll do my best to complete it." Kent placed a hand on his chest and bowed deeply. "I will give you half a month to gather all the senior members of the organization in this area. Tell them that the incubation period has ended. The next thing to do is to overthrow the rule of the pirate King Francis and take control of the entire Sardinia Islands. Remember, try to be discreet when communicating. I don't want the enemy to be aware of it beforehand. You understand?" Andre stared at Kent and spoke of his plan in a low voice. Of course, this wasn't everything. Just like what he had done before, he had at least two backup plans for everything. On one hand, he would use the resources of the shadow web to cause maximum damage. On the other hand, he would contact Lincoln City as soon as possible and transfer a few of his trusted aides to important positions so that he could quickly take control of the situation after the operation was successful. He would strive to completely turn them into his support before the hot summer ended. The most important thing was that this matter must not be known to Loretta Botons. The news had to be sealed for at least half a year. Otherwise, the sneak attack would lose its effect. Pirate King Francis and Loretta were allies. Andre was looking forward to seeing Loretta's expression when he found out that his close ally had stabbed him in the back. He believed that it would be very interesting. Hearing this, Kent's eyes instantly lit up. At the same time, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, and nodded vigorously. Understood. Don't worry, I'll be able to gather the other 7 legs in half a month at most. It just so happens that the Pirate King is gathering all the captains to return. It's said that he's going to make a big move. We can take this opportunity to test how many people are dissatisfied with Francis. If possible, it's best to incite a portion of the ambitious captains to start a riot. We'll launch a fatal blow when both sides are injured. Don't worry, this matter will take at least a month and a half to brew. If we want to control the entire Sardinia, it's not enough to just get rid of the Pirate King. We also have to find a way to eradicate the underground guild controlling Valen City. Otherwise, we'll never be able to obtain true power. In addition, I estimate that the large-scale gathering of the pirate captains is likely to interfere with the trade war between Lincoln City and Bakarov City. You'd better be mentally prepared. The battle will be very fierce. After all, Lincoln City has the strongest naval fleet in the south. Even if they join forces with Bakarov City to attack from both sides, they'll lose more than half or even 2/3 of their forces. Tell our people to be careful and not become cannon fodder for no reason. Although Andre hoped that the people of ShadowNet would all die, now was not the time, so he took the initiative to remind them. It was almost June now, and the trade war had been going on for more than 2 months. Both Lincoln City and Bakarov City had done their best, attacking and plundering each other on the vast sea in an attempt to force the other party to surrender and sign a series of unequal treaties. However, due to the disruption of the Eye of Arcane, Bakarov City's losses seemed to be greater. Coupled with the fact that they were weaker to begin with, Loretta Botons would not have the chance to annihilate them if they did not launch a war of annihilation. With his intelligence, he would definitely not watch his plan fail. Thus, the large-scale gathering of the pirates this time was bound to launch an attack from behind and completely destroy the navy that Lincoln City was so proud of in a predetermined sea area. Although Andre still did not understand why the other party wanted to mess up Lincoln City, and why they wanted to summon a demigod-level demon lord in the material world for his own interests and the safety of his subordinates and friends, he had to win this game no matter what. Please rest assured, we've already collected most of the information in this regard. There will definitely be no mistakes, Kent said confidently. As a veteran spy of ShadowNet, if he could not even understand such an obvious situation, he would have died countless times. Remember, once you find anything wrong, send someone to pass the news to me as soon as possible. Okay, I still have something to do. That's all for today. We'll talk about the rest when you gather the other 7 legs. After saying this, Andre pulled his cloak, put on his hood, and quickly walked up the stairs leading to the upper floor. Fiona followed closely behind, and it did not take long for them to disappear at the end of the dim street. Looking at the gradually disappearing figures of the two, an excited smile quickly appeared on Kent's face. He took out a gold coin with a special pattern and gently stroked it a few times. After a few seconds, the gold coin began to get hotter and hotter, and finally completely melted into liquid and fell to the ground, forming a circular flat surface. He quickly squatted down and whispered an incantation. After a while, a woman's face appeared on the flat surface. Damn it! Didn't the organization prohibit our legs from contacting each other? You'd better have a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. The woman's mood was obviously not very good. As soon as she appeared, she cursed loudly and did not give the other party any face. Chapter 492. However, Kent didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he extended a finger and shook it with a smile. No, no, no. Dear Grace, oh, Mare, don't be so agitated. Since I dared to contact you, I must have a good reason. Moreover, it's good news. Why can't you calm down and let me finish? The bald woman was slightly surprised and quickly asked, Good news? What good news? Could it be that there's finally a new order from above? Kent laughed and replied, Ha ha ha. It's 10,000 times better than that. A respected net weaver has appeared, and he brought a new order, that is to overthrow and seize control of the Sardinia Islands. Our many years of hard work in hiding and infiltrating is finally coming to an end. Get ready. A new era of great waves in these seas is about to begin. Also, don't forget to inform the next person. Please be sure to pass this news on to everyone as soon as possible. Net weaver, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could a respected net weaver come to such a remote place? The woman called Grace, Omer opened her mouth wide in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Of course I'm not mistaken. You should know best how special the gold coin that symbolizes the identity of the net weaver is. Once the net weaver is killed or his mind is controlled, then it will immediately lose its luster. I've already confirmed repeatedly that it is indeed a net weaver gold coin, even if the person carrying it looks a little too young. Kent smiled and spread out his hands as he spoke. After receiving an affirmative answer, Grace Omer narrowed her eyes and nodded thoughtfully. Since that's the case, does that mean our luck has come? Yes, our luck has come. Remember, move quickly. Don't make any mistakes at this critical moment. Otherwise, even if I let you go, the net weaver won't let you go. I believe you haven't forgotten how the organization deals with failures and traitors, right? At the end of the conversation, Kent used a slightly threatening tone. For an ambitious person like him, he would never allow anyone to obstruct him from obtaining greater power. Otherwise, even his own flesh and blood would not be able to escape death. Humph, I don't need you to remind me of this. Goodbye. Grace knew Kent's character well. She sneered and cut off the communication, not giving him a chance to continue teaching her a lesson. He. As expected of the pirate queen, Grace Omer. She actually dares to ignore my existence. But don't worry, there's still plenty of time for you to kneel down and lick my toes. Kent muttered to himself with a sinister expression. Valen City was especially restless at night. Not long after they'd left the relatively safe harbor area, a few men with wooden sticks in their hands started tailing them from not too far behind. It was obvious what they were up to. Apart from that, there were also a few children in tattered pants following them from afar. Their eyes emitted a green glow that sent chills down one's spine. In particular, each of them was holding a piece of metal that was stained with blood. Even a transmigrator like Andre, who had a strong mental fortitude, could not help but feel his scalp go numb. The reason was simple. He could tell at a glance that these children were cannibals through and through. In other words, they weren't following them to rob them. Instead, they were waiting for the bandits to kill them and then pounce on them to eat. Andre simply couldn't imagine how harsh the living conditions were to create these little fellows who relied on cannibalism to survive. No wonder those of the good faction would all show expressions of extreme disgust when the Sardinia was mentioned. So, the legends of cannibalistic pirates were all true. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he thought of what these children who grew up eating human flesh would look like when they grew up. At the same time, he strengthened his resolve to destroy everything in front of him. It was obviously Fiona's first time in Valen City. She looked especially nervous as she tightly gripped the small hammer she'd taken from the blacksmith shop with one hand and her gun with the other. She would pull the trigger without hesitation if the other party came within 10 meters of her. Seeing the girl's body and movements become more and more stiff, Andre sighed helplessly and immediately patted her shoulder. He lowered his voice and comforted her. "Don't be nervous. They're only normal people. They don't even have a decent weapon and are no threat to us." But the gazes of those people are a bit scary, especially those children. They're like wild beasts staring at their prey. Fiona shrunk her neck back with some fear. Even if she didn't know that the children were cannibals, her 14 points of perceptive sense allowed her to sense the malicious intent behind their actions. After all, the other party had never tried to hide their naked desires. It wasn't greed for wealth, nor was it infatuation for beauty. It was the most primitive, most basic human need, appetite. AI, this damned world. All right, we'll get rid of all the tails here. Remember, you must be quick and don't be soft. Especially those children. Don't leave a single one alive. Andre stopped in his tracks as he spoke and slowly drew out the two thin swords at his waist, preparing for battle. Before he transmigrated, he had read a book that described several famous ogres on Earth in detail. The book also analyzed their motivations and personalities. In the end, it concluded that the acidic substances in human flesh were different from those of other animals. They were highly addictive. This also meant that once an animal tasted human flesh, it would immediately lose interest in other kinds of meat. The so-called man-eating lions and man-eating tigers came from this. But compared to these beasts that relied on instinct to drive them, the ones that ate their own kind were the most dangerous and the most terrifying monsters. After confirming that those children were cannibals, Andre felt extremely uncomfortable, as if there was something stuck in his chest and he couldn't breathe. Although after coming to this world, he had gradually begun to get used to the strict hierarchical system and the poor people at the bottom, but every time he saw those underage children struggling on the verge of death, his heart would still be strongly touched. However, although he was touched, he did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy. He even had the impulse to kill all those children whose eyes were shining with green light, especially those faces that should have been pure and innocent. They were filled with undisguised bestiality. It was simply unbearable. Chapter 493. Because Andre knew very well that these children who survived on human flesh had been infected with a strong cannibalism, and they would never be able to quit in the future. Instead of letting them grow up to become real demons, it was better to eliminate them now to avoid more victims in the future. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and shouted at the shadows hiding in the alley behind him, "Come out! I see you guys!" As soon as his voice fell, a few shirtless men holding sticks or daggers came out from the surrounding corners. Their eyes were fierce, and they quickly blocked the front and back of the alley. The leader of the group glanced at Fiona with lustful eyes, grinned, and threatened, "Ha! Boy, if you know what's good for you, then obediently take out all the valuable things on you, and then leave that beautiful girl behind. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. You see those little bastards behind us? If you dare to resist, I'll let them cut off your flesh piece by piece and eat it." "You deliberately instigated them to eat people?" Andre's face instantly became gloomy. Something called anger quickly filled his brain, and even his hands began to tremble slightly. There was no doubt that only when his anger was about to break through his reason, he would be so agitated. Instigated? Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed and showed a very proud expression. No, this is not instigation, but I let them learn how to get cheap food. Think about it. There are countless unlucky people dying in this city every day, and their bodies are just thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Don't you think this is a great waste? However, this guy obviously did not notice that Andre's eyes hidden under the hood were bloodshot at the moment. At the moment when the last word fell, he immediately exerted force on his feet, and his whole body was like an arrow leaving the bow. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward, and one of the thin swords went straight through his eyes and into his brain. Fast, unbelievably fast. With his terrifying body coordination and the exquisite control of the wandering swordsman, Andre killed the enemy's leader before anyone could react. Looking at the eyeball hanging on the tip of the sword, the anger in his heart did not subside at all. Instead, it became more vigorous. As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, Andre could not tolerate two things the most. One of them was child abuse, and the other was cannibalism. The former represented the complete loss of morality, and the latter represented the annihilation of human nature. But this group of scumbags in front of him actually touched two bottom lines at the same time. Kill. Kill all of them. The extreme anger triggered the tyranny hidden in the bottom of his heart. You all deserve to die. After squeezing these words out of his mouth, Andre quickly rushed to the second target closest to him, only to see a sharp cold light in the air and another unlucky to have his heart was pierced through. He was like a lion that had gone berserk. Everywhere he passed, there was no one who could withstand his attack. Seeing the second bandit slowly falling down while clutching his chest, Fiona, who had been standing by the side, finally snapped back to reality. She immediately raised her flintlock and aimed at the two guys in front of her. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by fire, white smoke, and a loud roar, the two bandits who wanted to push the girl to the ground fell to the ground. In the situation of less than 15 meters, even if they wore breastplates, they might not be able to withstand the power of the lead bullet, not to mention that they were shirtless. Unsurprisingly, there was a huge horn-shaped wound on their chest. The bullet that fully released kinetic energy caused far more damage to the body than any cold weapon, especially the unlucky one who was still alive, lying on the ground and screaming in pain. Magic! It's the power of magic. Run! A bandit who realized that the situation was not good shuddered and shouted for his companions to retreat. As everyone knew, the guts of the gangsters were always inversely proportional to the strength they usually showed. They might be able to bully honest people, but once faced with a strong enemy who really dared to fight, they would collapse faster than anyone else. This was also why all the regular armies were very resistant to the gangsters. The reason was very simple. These trash were simply mud that could not support the wall. Perhaps in normal times, Andre would not choose to chase a group of bandits who were not even professionals, but now he was completely enraged. He did not intend to leave anyone alive, so he chased after them without saying a word. The bandits did not even have time to run out of the alley, and they were all dead in an instant. After killing all the adults, Andre quickly turned his eyes to the boys around 10 years old. His face showed that he could not bear to see them die. His hand that was holding the rapier too hard, and his joints were a little white, although he had made up his mind to eliminate the source of the problem. But when it was time to do it, he suddenly struggled in his heart. Of course, cannibalism was a great sin. Any society with normal values would not tolerate it. This was the same whether it was on Earth or Orion. But these children were forced to do it, and there was a bastard who instigated them. So they chose to eat people. They ate people to survive. In order to survive, as an intelligent creature, Was it wrong to use all the means you know to survive? At least, Andre did not think it was wrong. Just as he was hesitating whether or not he should try to lend a helping hand, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the oldest boy's face. The next second, he threw out the iron piece in his hand, and then jumped up on all fours like an animal. He opened his mouth and revealed his white teeth, trying to push Andre to the ground. Ow, ow, ow. The other boys howled and also jumped on all fours. They launched a siege from different directions. The cooperation between them was just like a pack of wolves. It seemed that they were ready to tear the most threatening target into pieces first. Andre didn't expect these children to be so beastly. He couldn't react in time and was immediately pushed to the ground. Then he felt a sharp pain on his arm. He saw a boy tearing open his clothes with his teeth and biting down on his left arm. He kept shaking his head and tearing at his arm. Shock, unconcealable shock. He finally understood why these children's eyes always showed a terrifying light. It turned out that they were raised as animals like cats and dogs since they were young. Just when a boy opened his mouth and wanted to bite his throat, a figure less than a meter long jumped out of the darkness. She was like a nimble cat, and without making any sound, she directly stabbed a short knife into the back of the boy's heart. Pooh! With a muffled sound, scarlet blood splattered everywhere. It sprayed all over Andre's face and body. The sticky touch and the strong smell made him want to vomit. Chapter 4, 94. Hey, don't just stand there. Get up. These ghost babies aren't easy to deal with. You better buck up, or else I can't guarantee that we won't be eaten by them. As she spoke, the short figure took off her cap, revealing a cute baby face and two excessively plump peaks. She was none other than the halfling thief, Portia. Andre resisted the urge to vomit and quickly kicked away another boy who was biting his arm. He wiped the blood off his face and asked, "Ghost babies? Are you talking about these little kids?" The big-breasted lowly rolled her eyes in annoyance and explained, "Nonsense! Who else could I be talking about other than them? Also, don't look down on these guys. They're all born with a special potion and have undergone cruel training and elimination. Their mortality rate is as high as 90%. Those who can survive are all elites, and their battle prowess is comparable to large hunting dogs. Many guilds in the city have secretly nurtured some of them, and they're a very troublesome type of enemy." "Is that so? Looks like this city is even dirtier and more sinful than I imagined. Maybe it's time for it to be purified." Andre narrowed his eyes and spoke in an icy tone. "Purify Valen City? Why would you have such a terrifying thought? Did you hit your head?" Portia raised her head and glared at Andre with an odd gaze, as if she were looking at an idiot. As a native of Valen City, she knew better than any outsider just how terrifying the power hidden behind the chaos in this city was. This was especially true for the 6 major guilds that stood at the apex. Their power was much stronger than the pirate King Francis in name. Once they joined forces, they could easily gather thousands of hired thugs. It was once said that a quarter of Valen City belonged to pirates, another quarter belonged to talents with various skills, and the rest were all under the control of the 6 major guilds. As long as they wanted to, they could control the rise and fall of prices at any time, and force more than half of the city's residents to obey their will. It could be said that if a pirate captain offended these guys, then no one would buy the goods he stole back. At the same time, they wouldn't be able to obtain any supplies. Even the sailors on the ship wouldn't be able to do business with them if they wanted to have some fun. Andre gently moved the flesh on his arm that had been bitten off. He took a deep breath and sneered. "No, there's nothing wrong with my head. Valen City's underground guilds aren't as strong as you think. They seem to be able to call the wind and summon the rain here, but they're nothing without the support of the pirates. I don't need to do much. I just need to seal off the sea for a month or so. And these fellows rule will quickly collapse. I don't even need to do anything. Those thugs who can't get food will tear them to pieces. All right, it's still too early to discuss this. Let's clean up the enemies in front of us first. In fact, the so-called 6 great guilds were far less threatening than the pirates in his eyes. The former was just a parasite attached to the latter. No matter how scary it looked, as long as the host died, it would naturally not continue to exist. Even if the latter lost their base of operations in the Sardinia Islands, they were still a group of headache-inducing enemies. As long as he could take care of the pirates, then a group of rats that couldn't see the light of day wasn't worth mentioning. Just as the two were talking, the boys who had transformed into beasts once again launched an attack from all directions. Because they were on all fours, their movements were very nimble, especially when it came to climbing. They were like monkeys, jumping onto walls in a few moves in an attempt to take advantage of the height advantage to seize the initiative. Unfortunately, these attacks without any technique might be good against ordinary people, but they were still too inexperienced against true professionals. Just as one of them pounced down from the roof, Portia immediately took out a throwing knife and threw it with all her might. A sharp, cold light flashed through the air. Uffed! The tip of the knife directly pierced through the throat, and hot blood flowed out of the wound continuously. In just a few seconds, the trachea was blocked. Although the boy opened his mouth and struggled desperately to breathe in fresh air, it was all in vain. Not long after, he fell to the ground and turned into a cold corpse. On the other side, Andre went on a killing spree. 2 thin swords were waved quickly, and every time they crossed, he would stab into the heart, throat, eyes, and other vital points. In just a few minutes, he had killed all 6 of the boys, who were called ghost babies. Looking at the pairs of eyes on the young corpses that were full of yearning for life, his heart was extremely heavy. He didn't even feel any pain from the bloody wound on his arm, allowing the blood to slowly drip down. Portia clearly saw something. She walked over and sighed slightly as she comforted him. Don't think too much, and don't feel too guilty. This isn't your fault. These children were no longer human from the moment they received training. Not only did the magic potion give them bodies that surpass ordinary people, it also destroyed their ability to think. They would do whatever their master told them to do. Situations like this are quite common in Valen City. Many prostitutes who accidentally get pregnant will choose to sell the children they give birth to because they simply don't have the ability to raise the next generation. If they take the children with them, they will starve to death before long. Tell me about the potion. Who invented it? And who was the first to put it into use? Andre's voice was still cold, and he didn't feel any better because of the other party's comforting words. On the contrary, he especially wanted to find out who was so inhumane as to use a group of children as experimental subjects. As a mage, he could easily see that this potion was still in an incomplete state. In other words, someone was constantly adjusting it through large-scale experiments, and these children were only expendable objects like lab rats. Unless the potion was completely completed, the tragedy of dying from exhaustion would never stop. All right, since you want to know so much, there's no harm in telling you. When the pirate King Francis first came to power, he ordered the mages on the island to develop a magic potion that could increase battle strength. 2 years later, a necromancer called Cecil claimed that he had successfully made a sample. Following that, more and more people joined the experiment under the urging of the 6 great guilds. The result is what you just saw. This is a magic potion that can greatly increase one's physical fitness. The only drawback is that it can only be used on children under the age of 10. Moreover, the energy contained within the potion will damage their brains. Generally speaking, they will only live to 15 years of age before dying due to various problems. Apart from that, it also has another side effect, and that is eating people. All children who have taken the potion will have their sense of taste mutated and will develop a strong appetite for the flesh of their own kind. They will fall sick if they don't eat for a few days, and some would rather starve to death than eat anything else. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Those evil mages on the island aren't so easy to deal with. Saying this, a trace of fear appeared on Portia's face, as if she had recalled some unpleasant memories. Chapter 4, 95. There was no doubt that mages were a group of people who stood at the peak of power at any time and place. Anything that involved them would usually not be too simple. Andre felt an unusual aura from the halfling thief's words, and immediately asked, "Do you know Cecil's origin? Where did he come from? What is his mage level, and how are his relationships?" Bordia shrugged helplessly and replied, "I'm sorry, but on this island, every mage's information is confidential. I only know that he's about 40 years old this year, has a head of greasy black hair, and often appears in the magic material store in the upper city wearing a red envelope. If you want to know more, then you'll have to spend a lot of money to buy it from the guild. But I personally don't recommend you do that, because most of the time they are not trustworthy. Maybe they will sell your information to the other party right after you buy the information." Andre nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. It seems that this matter can't be resolved in a short time. We have to put it aside first and wait for the investigation to be clear." Although he was very eager to immediately tear the inventor of the potion and the promoter of the live experiment into pieces, he was not blinded by anger and chose to endure for the time being. After all, before the mage profession was completely recovered, rashly clashing with the only supernatural organization on the Sardinia Islands was definitely not the way of a smart person. After understanding this point, Andre slowly calmed his agitated emotions. He sized up the halfling and suddenly found that the other party was emitting a faint smell of blood, especially on his boots, which had many dry blood spots. He subconsciously frowned and asked in a low voice, "Did you just kill someone?" "That's right. I killed a few of Iron Fist Garrick's trusted aides. I'm now rushing to the Thousand Sails Inn to watch a good show. You and Fiona should come along and meet our collaborator." Saying this, a gloating smile appeared on Portia's face. "Collaborator?" Hearing this, Andre's expression changed slightly, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? You should understand that plans can never keep up with changes. Also, that poor rookie Mabel was almost bewitched. If I hadn't been careful, he might have already fallen under the skirt of the charming witch Maris." At this point, Boscia gestured to the panicking Fiona to calm her down. Then she continued, "But don't worry too much. I've already reached an agreement with her to work together to get rid of Iron Fist Garrick. So your brother is safe for the time being." "Who is Maris, the charming witch?" Andre frowned and asked. "An ambitious bitch. When she was 13 years old, she learned how to use her beautiful face, beautiful body, and all kinds of skills to seduce and please men. When she was 16 years old, she became a famous social butterfly in the downtown area. Later, some people even said that she mastered a magical ability to control men's minds. Relying on this woman used assassination, poison, and a series of other methods to swallow up many small guilds in a short few years. Now, she's finally set her sights on Garrick, who occupies 4 streets. If I'm not wrong, she wants to join an underground guild in order to gain more power. All in all, Maris is a dangerous woman. Not only is she sinister and vicious, but her personality is also fickle. The only praiseworthy thing about her is that she has a good reputation. As long as she makes a promise, she hasn't gone back on it. Boscia said everything she knew in one breath, with no intention of hiding anything. Because she instinctively sensed danger, The atmosphere in Valen City had suddenly become tense for some reason, as if something big was brewing. In particular, more and more pirate ships were starting to gather in the harbor. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it. A woman like the Black Widow. Sounds like she has some value, Andre muttered to himself, and immediately said to the halfling, "Since that's the case, then lead the way. I just happen to want to see the methods of this enchantress. I hope she won't disappoint me too much. Come with me. I hope you won't be like most men and climb into her bed not long after you meet her." After speaking, Boscia sized him up with a distrustful gaze for a few seconds, then turned and walked in the direction of the inn. "Humph, don't worry, I'm not interested in wanton women. It doesn't matter how pretty she is." As a modern man, Andre didn't place much importance on the so-called chastity, but he still kept a respectful distance from women who used their bodies as tools and weapons. He didn't want to get infected with venereal disease at such a young age, nor did he want to have his throat pierced by a dagger after a certain night of pleasure. Women were perhaps the most perfect creatures created by nature. Not only did they have a stronger immune system than men, but they also had stronger anti-aging abilities and a longer lifespan. Their sense of danger, endurance, ability to withstand pressure, intuition, resistance to attacks, and so on were superior in almost every aspect. Even their ability to distinguish colors was much stronger. If it weren't for women being especially emotional, fantasizing, and bleeding every month, in addition to being constantly instilled with the idea that they were the weaker group, there probably wouldn't be anything left for men in this world. Of course, there was no lack of exceptions in any race or group. There would always be a small group of women who could successfully break free from their limitations and evolve with strong ambitions. For example, the famous Empress Wu Zetian, the grandmother of Emperor Wu of Han, Empress Dowager Do, and others like Isabel I, the queen who started the glorious era of Spain, Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen who laid the foundation for England's prosperity, and Catherine II, the Russian empress who was placed in the same position as Peter the Great. These women were all like blooming roses, overshadowing all the men around them. They even had to temporarily abandon the so-called dignity of men and crawl at their feet, trembling. Facts had proven that if a woman had enough ambition and intelligence to match it, then her achievements would definitely surpass more than 90% of men. At the same time, the degree of ruthlessness and mercilessness was far from what men could compare to. Looking at the strong women in history who seized power from their own sons, which one of them didn't have their hands stained with blood. Some even sacrificed their own flesh and blood in order to keep their power. Chapter 496. At this moment, in the innermost room on the second floor of the Thousand Sails Hotel, a naked man and woman were having an intense battle. The man was none other than Garrick, who was nicknamed Iron Fist. The one who kept screaming was the charm which Maris. "Ah, bitch, how dare you?" Garrick roared as he jumped up from the bed, grabbed a chair, and threw it out. The intense pain did not make him lose his fighting strength. Instead, it aroused an unprecedented ferocity, especially those two bloodshot eyes. He looked like a demon that had crawled out from the abyss. The knowledgeable Maris laughed as she dodged the chair that flew over. She mocked with a smug face. "Idiot! Why don't you go and find out who I am? How can you not pay for sleeping with me so many times? Now that I've taken a fancy to your territory, I can only ask you to die. Don't worry. In order to prevent loneliness on the road, I've already gotten people to eliminate all your trusted subordinates. They should be waiting for you in another world now." Hearing this, Garrick was so angry that his entire body trembled. He raised his arm and pointed at the naked woman standing in front of him as he roared, You damn bitch! I'll kill you!" "Ha ha! Then what are you waiting for? Come on, Let me see if you can still maintain the same fighting strength without that thing." Maris immediately snapped her fingers as she spoke. Pa! With a crisp sound, the cabinet in the room was suddenly knocked open. A young man holding a shield and a longsword rushed out from inside. He was none other than Fiona's brother, Mabel. He had been hiding in the cabinet from the beginning and had seen the entire process. At this moment, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He subconsciously tightened his legs. There was no longer any infatuation in his eyes when he looked at Maris. Instead, it was replaced by fear and vigilance. Terrifying, too vicious. Any man who witnessed this scene with their own eyes would probably feel the same way and feel very sad for Garrick. Mabel did not dare to imagine if something similar happened to him one day. Would he have the courage to continue living? Maris obviously noticed the change in the young man's attitude. The corner of her mouth immediately curled up slightly as she teased in a playful tone. "What are you waiting for, my dear big boy? Quickly get rid of this disgusting trash. If you're quick enough, you may be able to do something else before the dwarf comes back." After saying that, she opened her arms and displayed her alluring figure to her heart's content. It was as if she was hinting at something, but also as if she was testing him. However, Mabel wasn't in the mood for that at all. She didn't even look at him as she raised her shield and took the initiative to attack. As an out-and-out rookie, he was very clear that his combat experience could not be compared to Garrick's. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow his opponent to seize the initiative. Otherwise, he would be defeated after a few rounds. The only way was to take advantage of the fact that his opponent was heavily injured to continuously attack, and attack. "Mabel, why are you here?" After clearly seeing who the person who suddenly appeared was, Garrick and the others widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. After all, the two of them had known each other for a long time. Just a few hours ago, they had reached a series of cooperation agreements. He could not believe that in such a short period of time, the other party was going to kill him. Why? How could this be? He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Garrick's mind was filled with questions as he casually picked up the drawer on the bedside table and used it as a weapon to knock away the longsword. Following that, he turned around and used his right shoulder to block in front of him. With a bang, his shoulder collided with the shield. Seeing that her attack had missed, Mabel immediately activated the berserk ability that she had yet to master. In just a few seconds, the muscles and blood vessels on her body bulged, revealing a dark red color. He opened his mouth wide and took in large mouthfuls of oxygen as he roared in a low voice, "I'm sorry, boss. I can't help it. For the future of my sister, and please die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force came from the shield. Garrick felt as if he had been hit by an animal like a rhinoceros or an elephant. His entire body was lifted into the air and flew a few meters away. In the end, he crashed into a wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 497. Ha! 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 Kill! 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 Along with the secretion of large amounts of adrenaline, Mabel had completely lost her rationality, transforming into a beast that only knew how to kill. No emotions, no thinking, no consciousness. All that was left was the instinct that was carved into her bones. He rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, swinging his shield and smashing it down. Once, twice, thrice, asterisk bang. Bang, 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 bang. Asterisk in the short span of a minute, Mabel had swung her shield at least 60 times. Every time, she used all of her strength to forcefully smash Garrick into a bloody mess. His entire head was like a puddle of paste. His skull, sternum, chin, shoulder blades, and basically every part of his body that protruded from the surface of his body were all shattered and fractured. There was no need to ask. Given the current situation, even a bishop who had mastered level 5 divine spells would not be able to do anything. Tragic. Too tragic. Garrick's corpse could no longer be described as a bloody mess. It was a mixture of bones, minced meat, and fresh blood. The scene was so bloody that even Maris could not help but vomit. This ambitious woman did not expect that the young man who usually looked harmless would be so violent and bloodthirsty. She did not dare to look down on him at all. Asterisk huff. 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 Asterisk after killing Garrick, Mabel's berserk state did not immediately disappear. She remained at the same spot, breathing rapidly. She quickly locked onto her next target, without any hesitation. He quickly got up and rushed to the naked woman, raising his shield and smashing it down. No, no, no. Stop. I order you to stop. Maris, who had no time to dodge, began to scream in panic. Seeing that the shield was getting closer and closer to her, she could not care about anything else. She quickly raised the gemstone ring on her finger and shouted, "Errol's, activate Berserk Charm." Instantly, a ray of red light shot into Mabel's eyes, but unfortunately, it had no effect at all. In fact, as long as one had a bit of common knowledge about magic, they would know that when a warrior fell into a berserk state, their brain would be in an extremely chaotic state. Charm spells would not be effective at all. Let alone spells, they could not even communicate normally during this period of time. If a teammate made any threatening actions, they would immediately become the next target to be attacked. Bang! The wooden shield, which was covered in blood and minced meat, smashed into Maris' face with a heavy thud. Under the effect of the huge impact and inertia, her whole body flew into the air. Her nose, which was originally firm, was shattered, and one of her front teeth flew out of her mouth. Scarlet blood, mixed with snot and tears, flowed all over her face. In the end, she hit the door heavily and fell to the ground with a plop, coughing nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why am I so unlucky to encounter such an inconceivable thing? Maurice cursed softly as she wiped away her tears. She quickly got up from the ground and ran toward the door that was not far away from her. Just as she left her original spot, the crazy Mabel descended from the sky. She crashed into the ground with the shield in her hand, causing wood shavings to fly everywhere, creating a large crater in the ground. If she hadn't moved fast enough, Maris would have suffered from comminuted fractures all over her body. In addition, her internal organs would have ruptured and bled profusely. After all, she was only an assassin who was slightly more agile. Her physique was not much different from an ordinary person's. She would not be able to withstand such terrifying power. Even Garrick, a professional warrior, had been smashed into a meat patty by the shield. If an ordinary person were to receive such a blow, they would be half crippled, if not dead. The incomplete berserk had greatly increased Mabel's strength and physique. The reddened muscles on her body were extremely exaggerated. They looked as if they were cast from copper and iron. Her clothes were almost bursting apart. The originally heavy medium shield seemed to be weightless in her hands. She did not show any signs of fatigue, even after waving it around for a few minutes. She was like a heavy road roller. Everywhere she passed, there was a mess. Be it the bed, the cabinet, the table, or the chair, everything was smashed into smithereens. There were several times when Maurice wanted to escape through the door, but she was forced to retreat. She dodged around in a sorry state, and soon there were several bruises on her body. One of her arms was accidentally broken, and in just a few seconds, it swelled to the size of a thigh. Her movements became slower and slower as she lost her stamina, especially since she had fought naked with Garrick for more than an hour not too long ago. She was now extremely tired. She gradually felt that her strength was falling short of her will. Seeing that the life-threatening shield was inches away from her, Mara's face revealed a look of despair. At the same time, she shouted in her heart, "Bastard! Am I going to die in the hands of this idiot today?" At this critical moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the tightly shut door. Following that, 3 people rushed in from the corridor on the second floor. It was Andre and his group. It was unknown if it was because the noise was too loud, but Mabel stopped her pursuit. She turned around and looked at the door with a hostile gaze. She let out a low roar of unknown meaning. "Oh, gods! Who can tell me what is going on?" Portia's eyes were wide open. She stared at the messy room and the corpse that had long been unrecognizable. Her face revealed an expression of shock. She did not expect that the situation would suddenly spiral out of control in the few hours she had left. Especially with Mabel's current state, anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong. This was because the berserk ability usually lasted for a very short period of time. Moreover, it placed a huge burden on the body. Usually, the user would fall into a state of disconnection after half a minute. However, Mabel had obviously been in a berserk state for more than a minute. This could be seen from the color of her muscles and the heat she was emitting. However, she did not show any signs of exhaustion. She still maintained a vigorous fighting spirit. "Brother, is it you? Oh my God! How did you become like this?" Fiona covered her mouth and quickly took 2 steps forward, wanting to grab her brother's hand. However, Andre pulled the girl back and warned her in a low voice, "Don't move. Your brother is now in a berserk state. He doesn't recognize anyone. Rashly approaching him will only lead to his attack." As a knowledgeable mage, he was no stranger to the berserk ability unique to the barbarian warriors. He had even personally researched what it was that allowed these fellows from the wilderness to greatly increase their physical attributes in a short period of time. Chapter 498. The reason was simple. In fact, it was only due to the large secretion of adrenaline and the complete release of the instincts hidden in the depths of the brain. Of course, other than that, it might have something to do with genetics. After all, adrenaline could bring more energy, especially increasing the oxygen carried in the blood, providing a steady flow of energy for the cells and muscles. However, ordinary people could not bear too much of it, otherwise it would lead to severe cerebral hemorrhage. "Hey, you guys, quickly think of a way to get this lunatic away. He almost killed me." Seeing that the reinforcements had arrived, Maris immediately distanced herself from the danger zone and opened her leaky mouth to shout for help. Her current miserable appearance had nothing to do with sex appeal. Not only was her proud face swollen, but her skin was also covered with sticky blood. If she had been half a minute late, she would have been lying on the ground with Garrick. "This is the charming which you spoke of. Maris? How come I don't see how charming she is?" Andre teased with a wicked sense of humor. Portia laughed mockingly and spread out her hands. "Hee, that's her." However, I didn't expect that Maris, who has always boasted of being able to conquer any man in the world, would actually be beaten to such a state by a man. I don't know if this is retribution or irony. It had to be said that a woman's jealousy was quite terrifying. Just by listening to the gigantic Loli's gloating tone, one could tell that she was itching to pull out her dagger and slash Garrick's swollen face twice, turning him into an ugly monster. "Damn it! Don't just make sarcastic remarks. Hurry up and save me. If I die, you guys will never get any benefits." Maris cursed loudly as she stared at the youth, who was breathing rapidly. Her eyes were filled with vigilance, afraid that he would pounce on her again and launch a fierce attack. Portia immediately showed a disdainful expression towards her threat. She then turned to Andre and asked, "Tell me, what are you going to do?" Mabel obviously doesn't have any rationality. I can guarantee that if he takes another step forward, he will definitely react violently. It wouldn't be strange if he did something like exchanging a life for a life. After all, Berserk is an ability that maximizes destructive power. Of course, it's not a bad idea to just stand there and wait, but I can't guarantee that he won't die from blood spurting out of his nostrils. Many barbarian warriors who went berserk had similar situations. After listening to the words of the halfling, Andre rubbed his chin and pondered for a few seconds. In the end, he sighed helplessly and took out a bottle of hypnotic potion from his waist pouch. He gently pulled out the cork and warned the others, "Hold your breath. Unless you want to lie on the ground and sleep for a few hours, don't breathe in the smoke before I tell you that it's safe." As soon as he finished speaking, the pink gas evaporated into the air from the mouth of the bottle, filling the entire room in just a few seconds. Everyone present covered their noses and mouths. Only Mabel continued to open her mouth wide, breathing in large mouthfuls of air filled with magic power. Not long after, her eyelids began to droop and her entire body swayed, looking as if she would collapse at any moment. There was no need to ask to know that the hypnotic gas had begun to take effect. However, because a berserk state would greatly increase a person's willpower, they would have a strong resistance to many spells. Otherwise, after inhaling so much gas, they would have long fallen asleep. One had to know that this small bottle of hypnotic potion was enough for at least 5 cows and 10 horses. If an ordinary person smelled it, they would immediately fall into a deep sleep. 10 seconds passed. Mabel was still barely keeping her eyes open. Half a minute passed. She couldn't help but doze off, looking as if she was drunk. Her footsteps were no longer as steady as before. 1 minute passed. She finally couldn't resist the strong sleepiness and fell to the ground with a plop, followed by earth-shattering snoring. Phew, it's finally done. I didn't waste a bottle of potion. Seeing that it was a success, Andre secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately opened the window and let the remaining hypnotic gas in the room drift away with the wind. To be honest, he had no idea if a bottle of hypnotic potion would be able to affect the berserk Mabel. This was because the results of the previous tests on the barbarian warriors showed that after these fellows went berserk, whether it was immobilization spell, hypnosis spell, or charm humans, the effects were very limited. High-level barbarian warriors could even use their tensed muscles to resist magic missiles. As long as they didn't hit a vital point, they would continue to fiercely attack the enemy until either they or the enemy fell. From a certain perspective, berserk was like a double-edged sword. On one hand, it could make the user temporarily lose their sense of pain, greatly increasing their strength and physique. At the same time, it could cause the user to lose their rationality and completely rely on their instincts to move. They wouldn't even care if they were injured or dead. After berserk ended, they would fall into a predicament where their entire body would be powerless. If the opponent could last through this period, then the one who would die would definitely be the barbarian warrior, who went berserk. As Mabel fell into a deep sleep, the berserk state on her body was quickly removed. The red and hot muscles on her body slowly returned to normal, and her breathing became stable. There were no signs that she had just gone berserk. However, just in case, Andre still squatted down to carefully check the condition of the youth's body. In the end, he found that not only was there no problem, there wasn't even any muscle fatigue. "How's my brother? Is he injured?" Fiona asked with great concern. "He's very healthy. I can't see any sequelae from using berserk at all. I'm willing to bet that it's either his physique that's special or there's another special bloodline hidden in him," Andre replied softly. "In fact, the humans in Orwire In ancient times, many of them had married with other races and gave birth to all kinds of mixed-blood descendants. However, as time went by, generation after generation, they became diluted and finally became no different from purebred humans. However, just like what was said in genetics, those genes that belonged to other races did not completely disappear. Instead, they were temporarily hidden. Once they were stimulated by the outside world, there was a possibility that they could be awakened at any time. It was just like some people who were born with some congenital diseases, even though their parents were very healthy. The reason was that the defects hidden in their memories were suddenly awakened. Andre himself was also a good example. The fire elemental bloodline in his body was originally so thin that it was negligible. However, with the help of the system, it could be immediately activated. It was precisely because of his personal experience that he felt that Mabel was likely to be in a similar situation. Chapter 499. Alien bloodline? How is that possible? Our parents are pure humans, and I can't feel any special ability in my body. Fiona's eyes widened in surprise. She could not believe what Andre said. As a priest, she could keenly sense all the abnormalities in her body, especially everything related to her bloodline. With the help of divine spells, there was nowhere to hide. After all, most alien bloodlines more or less had some special ability. If there was, it could be detected in an instant. Andre obviously knew this, so he shook his head and explained, "Don't be so sure. Your parents are ordinary people, but it doesn't mean that your ancestors were also ordinary people. What's more, awakening after a generation is not rare. The reason why you can't feel it is because it hasn't been awakened yet. Your brother has undoubtedly awakened, but I can't be sure which kind it is. At first, I thought that he could use Berserk, so he should be of barbarian bloodline. But now it seems that my judgment was a little wrong. Barbarian bloodline alone is not enough to let him persist in Berserk for so long, and there are no sequelae. Well, let's stop talking about this for now. Let's deal with the more troublesome matter first." Saying that, he took out a dozen gold coins from his pocket and threw it to the halfling thief. "Use this money to send the people in the corridor away. I can already hear them going up the stairs." "Don't worry, leave it to me." Bordia took the gold coins and walked out of the room without saying a word. Not long after, she heard the loud voice of the innkeeper outside. It was obvious that he was asking what had happened and how much damage had been done to the furniture and decorations in the room. After all, the battle just now was so fierce, especially the loud sound of the shield hitting the wall, the floor, and the table. As long as one was not deaf, they could hear it clearly. Fortunately, the big-breasted Loli was experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. In just a few seconds, the quarrel had quieted down. It must have been the compensation of the gold coins. Otherwise, with the merchant's profit-oriented personality, he would not have let it go so easily. After making sure that the people outside wouldn't barge in, Andre stood up and went straight to Maurice. He sized her up with a scrutinizing gaze. After a full minute, he slowly said, "Madam, your current physical condition isn't optimistic. I suggest that you find a priest to treat you as soon as possible. As for the cooperation, we can talk about it later. Anyway, things like this aren't urgent." "Humph, you make it sound nice, but isn't it all thanks to you guys that I'm like this now? Don't you think you should take responsibility?" Seeing that Mabel had fallen into a coma, Maurice's worried heart finally relaxed. Her attitude suddenly became strong. It seemed that if they couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation or compensation, she wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Then how do you think you should take responsibility?" The corner of Andre's mouth curled up slightly as he asked, with a light smile. He was already prepared for this ambitious woman to use this opportunity to threaten him, so he appeared very calm. especially the playful look in his eyes, which gave people an unfathomable feeling. Maurice, who was able to deal with so many men, was naturally not an idiot. She instantly had a premonition that the situation was not good. However, she didn't want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, she quickly pretended to be a victim and probed, "I think that if we change the allocation of Garrick's inheritance, it should be able to compensate for the harm I've suffered. I believe that 25% is a good amount. What do you think?" Hearing this, Andre laughed, and he laughed very happily. He pointed at the young man who was sleeping soundly on the side and mocked with a slightly contemptuous tone, "Take a good look at Mabel who is lying there, and then recall what happened just now. If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut and obediently carry out the conditions that we agreed on beforehand without the slightest bit of compromise. You know, it has always been the privilege of the strong to change the conditions at will. The weak can only give in and obey. I don't understand. After experiencing the excitement of brushing shoulders with the Grim Reaper, how can you still have the courage to continue violating our interests? Could it be because I look too young? Or do you think that your clumsy acting skills can deceive my eyes and take advantage of me? Too naive. Also very stupid. Since you've given me a new condition, then I'll give you a new condition as well. Immediately kneel down and swear that you'll give me everything, including your loyalty. Otherwise, I don't mind having another corpse on the ground. Obey or die. It's a very simple choice, isn't it?" After saying that, Andre instantly drew out his rapier at an extremely fast speed and pressed it against Maurice's weak neck. His eyes were filled with a sharp light because he noticed that Maurice subconsciously wanted to touch the gemstone ring on her finger. Without a doubt, it was a magical item, and from the bewitching light emitted by the gemstone, there was no doubt that it had something to do with control and hypnosis, although there was no way to feel the fluctuation of magical energy at the moment. But as a mage, if she couldn't even determine this point, then she could just die. Feeling the cold touch on her skin, Maurice immediately stopped all her movements. She didn't even dare to open her mouth to explain. She even held her breath temporarily, afraid that any unnecessary action would cause a misunderstanding and cause her to die in vain. She could feel the biting, cold, murderous intent from the big boy in front of her, especially his two eyes, which were cold as if he was looking at a corpse. But even so, Andre didn't let his guard down. He still carefully stared at her, and at the same time, he continued to force her with a smile on his face. "Don't act rashly, Mississippi. Now, slowly take off the ring and place it in front of me. If I find out that you make the slightest sound or have any signs of activating magic, this sword will immediately pierce through your throat. Also, for the sake of protecting women, I suggest that you don't expect any help from the metal claw hidden behind your back. Please believe me, it will only bring death, a painful death. Damn it, how can there be a monster like you in this world?" Seeing that her last trick had been exposed, Maurice cursed softly as she gently pushed the metal claw away. At the same time, she carefully took off the ring according to his request. She didn't play any tricks during the entire process. Chapter 500. As a woman who had been fooling around on the streets for a long time, Maris had seen all kinds of people. Among them, there were greedy smugglers, ambitious guild leaders, pirates who did not have a tomorrow after today, beggars who struggled to survive, and gangsters who lived a drunken life all day long. However, there had never been a person who could make her feel as hopeless as Andre. This magical ring that could forcefully charm others was Maris' final trump card. Back then, in order to get her hands on it, she did not hesitate to give up her young body and let an old man in his 60s play with her for an entire year. In the end, she had almost died in the dark dungeon. Fortunately, her hard work paid off. After going through all kinds of hardships, she finally managed to strangle the old man who had violated her to death one night, snatched his magical ring, and escaped successfully. Ever since she had gotten her hands on this treasure, she had immediately made a name for herself in the chaotic lower city district. Coupled with her beautiful face and curvaceous body, many men had unknowingly been controlled by the power of magic. In the end, they did not even know how they had died. However, there was a saying that knowledge determined one's fate, and experience determined one's height. As a woman who had always lived at the bottom of society, Maris had never left the Sardinia Islands, and did not know that the elites of the upper class would definitely not be bewitched by mere beauty. Generally speaking, they would already have relations with all kinds of women under the arrangement of their elders when they were in their teens, from mature women in their 30s to little girls in their teens. There were cute, sexy, gentle, shrewish, and all kinds of personalities. In the end, they would even have to kill the one they liked the most with their own hands. The goal was to cultivate the ability to control women so that they would not lose their composure no matter how stunning the woman was. It had to be said that this method was perverted and cruel at the same time. However, it was undeniable that after experiencing so much, most of the children of nobles matured very quickly. Even if Maris was 10 times more beautiful, she would not be able to bewitch him, let alone Maris, who had just crossed the passing line for beauty. It was obvious that the illusions in the past had given her some kind of illusion, thinking that her beauty could conquer any man, and that no one was an exception. Otherwise, she would not have made such a foolish plan to kill Garrick in bed, instead of arranging a well-prepared siege. Although Andre wasn't one of those nobles who had played with dozens of women, he wasn't a rookie either. Thus, he didn't have the mentality of being protective of the fairer sex. He completely ignored the other party's pretentious resentment and coquettish appearance. He directly pulled out another thin sword, picked up the ring, and kept it in his bag. After doing all this, he withdrew the weapon from his neck and bowed slightly with a smile. "I'm very sorry for using such extreme means just now. I hope you don't mind too much. I'm usually very gentlemanly towards women. After all, a magic ring is an extremely dangerous item. It's best for it to be kept by a professional like me." "Humph, you're the most despicable and shameless bastard I've ever met. Compared to you, those hooligans on the street are as pure as heavenly creatures. Tell me, what do you plan to do with me?" Maurice, who had lost her final trump card, opened her arms wide and lay naked on the floor. She put on a posture of desperation, trying to gain some sympathy. "Hee, I'll take that as a compliment for now." "Thank you." Andre didn't care at all about the sarcasm in the other party's tone as he shrugged with a smile. "Like I said just now, submit or die. It's a simple choice. I just happen to need someone who has some understanding of the underground guilds in Valen City to take care of some problems that I can't deal with personally. You just happen to be the most suitable person." "Me?" Maurice pointed at her broken nose, a trace of surprise on her face. She didn't understand what the other party saw in her. Andre nodded lightly and explained, "That's right, you have the means, ambition, and ability. The only thing you lack is knowledge, experience, and personal strength. The most important thing is that you're a woman, so you're easier to control than a man. You also won't attract the attention of others easily. After all, you're an outlier in a place where men dominate. Even if you climb to the top, you'll have to be on guard against the daggers that can stab you from the shadows at any time. Thus, you need to find a strong enough backer. But don't worry, as long as you complete the tasks on time, I promise you'll have a beautiful future. At the very least, it'll be much better than hanging around at the bottom of the gang." Become someone else's subordinate? Maurice was stunned when she realized the meaning of Andre's words. She'd never considered this problem before, or more accurately, she'd never even thought about it. as a woman full of desire for power. Her goal in life was to strive for a place in the underworld and control her own fate. At the same time, she wanted to prove that women weren't inferior to men in any aspect. Of course, the main reason was that she seriously lacked a sense of security. Perhaps it was because of her childhood experience of wandering around, or perhaps it was because she didn't want to be a man's plaything. In short, she was extremely thirsty for power and wanted to prove her value. Thus, she subconsciously rejected offering her loyalty to anyone because she had already given all her loyalty to her own ambitions. Noticing that Maurice's face was a little uncertain, Andre decided to help her. He took out the gemstone ring he'd just received and gently stroked the cat's ice stone inlaid on it. He whispered, "I think you should know very well what kind of spell is stored in this ring. It can not only forcibly control a person's mind for a short period of time, but it can also hypnotize the target, unless it's a special individual who's completely immune to enchantment spells. No one can resist its imperceptible ability. Now tell me, are you going to take the initiative to cooperate, or do you want me to use force? Of course, in addition to the above two options, you can also choose to die. I'm a person who respects women very much. If you insist on using your life to defend your freedom, then I won't stop you. You have 5 minutes to consider. Please think clearly, for you, whether it's more important to live or to carry out your own ambitions. Life or freedom, which was more important? The debate on this topic had never stopped since the moment humans developed their own independent consciousness. Chapter 5:01. Idealists believed that freedom was the most precious thing in the world, and nothing could be compared to it. Although life was important, it was not something that could not be sacrificed. Realists, on the other hand, believed that life was the most precious thing in the world. If one did not even have one's life, what was the use of freedom? Of course, all of this was not worth debating in Andre's eyes. First of all, from the moment a person left the mother's body, there was no such thing as freedom. Law, morality, power, and all sorts of other things would constantly press down on them, forcing them to abide by certain rules of conduct. Just as a scholar once said, absolute freedom was equivalent to absolute chaos. Even the abyss, the home of the demons, which was known as the most evil, chaotic, and unethical place in the entire universe, abided by the basic law of the jungle. Therefore, absolute chaos did not exist, and so did absolute freedom. Since freedom was a joke, life was naturally the most precious thing in life. Even though there was a so-called world after death on the Oleo continent, apart from the most devout believers, most normal people would rather continue to struggle at death's door in the material world than go to the divine realm to enjoy the so-called eternal life. Obviously, Maurice was not a devout believer, and it was hard to say if she even had any faith. Living in a dangerous environment for a long time might have made her indifferent to life and death, but it did not mean that she was willing to commit suicide. After a simple weighing of the pros and cons, this scheming woman licked the dried blood on her lips and quickly asked in a hoarse voice, "If I agree to offer my loyalty, what benefits can I get?" It had to be said that her moral integrity and principles were so low that it made one's hair stand on end. She almost did not hesitate to use herself as a bargaining chip in an attempt to obtain more benefits. Benefits? Andre stared at her two erratic eyes, a playful expression appearing on his face. Before answering this question, I must first state a basic principle, and that is equivalent exchange. To put it bluntly, I will give you an equivalent return based on how many missions you can complete. As for what exactly it is, it depends on your personal needs. Money, power, authority, and even items and potions related to magic. I can provide almost everything you can think of. Before he could finish speaking, Maurice immediately interrupted him, rudely. Authority? I only want authority. Also, please put away your self-righteous bewitchment. I am not an idiot who fills my head with so-called ideals or heroic dreams. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to be such an anti-idealist. To be honest, I don't really like the heroes in the bard stories. Compared to those who win by luck, I prefer those villains with real personalities. Just think about it. One was an elite who had obtained success through their own hard work and wisdom, while the other was a muddle-headed fool. In the end, perhaps even they didn't know how they had defeated such a powerful enemy. There was a saying that most mortals were stupid. Therefore, they looked up to those heroes who were praised by the ruling class. Little did they know that the best way to achieve success and change one's fate was to imitate the villains in the stories. First, they had to make a careful plan, and then realize it step by step. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence that you were able to stand out among countless people. At the very least, you have a clear goal in life, which is much better than those pirates, thugs, gangsters, and thieves downstairs. However, what I said just now was the truth. There was not a trace of exaggeration. You will understand more about this after you get along with me for a long time. Now that you have mentioned that you want to obtain authority, I will talk to you about authority. Perhaps it was because the topic of heroes was brought up, but Andre's mood suddenly became very high. He was also a firm anti-idealist. He especially hated those idiots who did things without thinking and did not consider the consequences. In the end, they still stubbornly believed that they were doing things for the good of the whole world. In fact, not only did they not play any positive role, but they were also extremely dangerous and unstable factors. Every time society fell into a violent turmoil, it could not be separated from their influence. Some of them even personally participated in the riots. The horror of their destructive power was simply appalling. Although, to a certain extent, these guys also promoted the development and progress of society, they were more destructive. In the end, it was often realists who had to clean up the mess for them. Tell me, what is your plan, or what is your ultimate goal? You should know that I will not join an action that is doomed to failure, even if it is in the face of the threat of death. Maurice's hostile expression finally dissipated. It was unknown whether it was because the two of them had the same idea or because it was deliberately released as a smokescreen. After all, for a woman like her who was good at disguising herself, once she began to hide her thoughts, it was basically impossible for outsiders to guess. Unless they used spells like detection of thoughts, they could only stare helplessly. Andre stared at Maurice with a meaningful gaze for more than a minute before answering. My goal and plan are very simple. That is to completely overturn the pirates' rule over the Sardinia Islands. At the same time, I will destroy the underground guild that controls the economic lifeline of Wayland City and seize the final ruling power. Of course, this is not empty talk. In fact, I have secretly obtained the loyalty of several top-ranked captains. As long as I am willing, I can mobilize 12 ships and more than 2,000 ferocious pirates to launch a coup at any time. How about it? Are you interested in joining? I promise that as long as you show your value, not only will you obtain the authority you have always dreamed of, but you will also be able to taste the sweetness of victory. Are you sure this is not a joke? Maurice's tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Her pupils dilated several times in an instant. A joke? Do you think I would joke about such things? Andre asked with a smile as he played with the magic ring in his hand, trying to deduce the craftsmanship through the engravings on the surface. From the moment he held it in his hand, he immediately realized that this was a composite enchanted ring that combined the spells of suggestion and charm person. Judging from its appearance, it should have been personally made by a great mage more than 700 years ago. The craftsmanship was outstanding, especially the dazzling light emitted from the gem. As long as one stared at it for a long time, one's brain would immediately fall into an unconscious state, unknowingly acting according to the will of the holder. Chapter 502. However, unlike most magic items, this ring could not be used just by wearing it. Instead, It needed a special password or a spell. It belonged to the type that was more troublesome to operate. Maris clenched her fists, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Soon, she questioned, "How do I know if you are lying? I can offer my loyalty, and I am happy to join such an operation, but you have to show me convincing evidence first." As someone who had lived in an environment of lies, deceit, and betrayal all year round, she had long vowed that she would never believe what anyone said unless she saw it with her own eyes and heard it with her own ears. Obviously, in the eyes of Maris, the news given by Andre was too bizarre. If there was no concrete evidence, she would not choose to take the risk easily. Caution and suspicion are good habits. They can help people stay away from danger in a complicated environment. Since you want evidence, then I will give you the evidence. After saying this with a chuckle, Andre waved to Fiona behind him. "Come here, show me the power of a priest, and then swear in the name of the Prince of Fire Elements, Isoldezer, to prove that what I just said is true." Fiona did not hesitate. She immediately stood up and took 2 steps forward, releasing the divine energy in her body to the maximum. Soon, a faint white light appeared around her body. She solemnly said, "I am the priest of the great Isoldezer, and now I swear in his name that everything I just said is true. If there is any falsehood, I am willing to bear the burning of the fire of anger until the day the world is destroyed." It had to be said that the oath she made was too heavy. It could almost be regarded as a deadly oath. In Oroire, unless it was an extremely certain thing, and the situation was quite urgent, most people would not choose to take this risk. It should be known that any oath made in the name of gods, powerful demons, celestial creatures, elemental creatures, dragons, and so on, if the person who made the oath violated it as a witness, they would be responsible for fulfilling their obligations to ensure that the oath was fulfilled. If they could not do it, then their reputation would be seriously damaged. Of course, if they succeeded, their reputation would quickly spread across a certain area. Whether it was preaching or deceiving ignorant people into offering up their souls, there were many benefits that could not be seen. Not to mention, there might be unexpected surprises in the whole process. Therefore, as long as it was not beyond the scope of their abilities, most gods and powerful beings were very willing to participate. Obviously, no matter from which aspect, what Fiona did was enough to win the trust of anyone, not to mention that she was a priest. If she deceived Isoldezer, she would lose all her priest abilities in an instant, and it would not be surprising if she directly lost her life. Among all professions, priests were the most special. They seemed to be very powerful. They could wear heavy armor and hold weapons and shields to fight like warriors. They could also cast a variety of divine spells, like mages. They could be said to be masters of both magic and martial arts. However, not all of these powers belonged to them. More than half of them were bestowed by the gods. This meant that as long as the gods wanted, they could take back the magic and the priest level at any time, anywhere, so priests would never dare to disrespect the gods they served. Maurice looked up and down at Fiona with a very surprised look and muttered to herself, "Oh, my God, what did I see? A real priest? This was simply too unbelievable. I'm beginning to believe what she said just now. After all, a noble priest will not easily obey someone's leadership." As everyone knew, priests were the servants of the gods. They managed the believers on behalf of the gods, preached everywhere, and dealt with all kinds of possible crises, such as eradicating devil worshippers, cults, thugs, and so on. Sometimes they might also have to deal with attacks from the churches of hostile gods. Usually, they would not leave the temple. If you happened to see a traveling priest in the wild, then there was no doubt that he must be carrying out an important task. Maybe it was an order from the temple, or maybe it was a direct hint from the gods. Anyway, it was impossible for him to wander around for no reason. As a woman who was good at scheming, Maurice instantly thought of many possibilities. She did not know that Fiona was not a priest in the traditional sense at all, and Aesop Desser had never built any temples in the material world. This powerful fire elemental prince only wanted to burn, destroy, and the reverence of the mortals. Other than that, he wanted nothing else. All the believers and churches cherished by the gods were worthless to him. Seeing that his goal was finally achieved, Andre slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and a trace of imperceptible playfulness flashed across his eyes. He immediately urged, "So, can you make up your mind now? My patience is limited, and 5 minutes is almost up." After hesitating for a few seconds, Maurice quickly gritted her teeth and nodded hard. "I'll join, but there is a condition. You must promise that under no circumstances can you forcibly control me with the magic on the ring. Otherwise, I'd rather choose death." As a former holder, she was very clear about the power of the magic ring's two abilities. The first was to use a spell to completely control a person's thoughts and actions for a short period of time. The specific success depended on the target's will. Generally speaking, the stronger the will of the person, the stronger the resistance. Just like Mabel after going berserk, the success rate was basically 0. Moreover, this ability could only be used 3 times a day. After the controlled person woke up, he or she would remember the whole process. So, if it could not be used once and for all, it could not be used easily. The second was a bit similar to the suggestion spell. When using it, the target must stare at the gem on the ring and wait for the target to completely fall into a half-awake state before giving the order clearly. In this way, the person who was hypnotized would subconsciously act according to the order after waking up, completely forgetting the fact that he or she was hypnotized. Although it was very troublesome to operate, the second was obviously more practical and safer than the first. At the same time, it was also more dangerous. Unless one was immune to this kind of magic, there was a possibility that even a person with a strong will would fall into the trap. In the beginning, Maurice relied on the second ability to quietly hypnotize several gangster leaders with considerable fighting strength, and then slowly rose to prominence in the lower city. However, when she really started to step into the dark world, the reputation of the enchantress had spread, which directly caused everyone to secretly raise their vigilance, especially Garrick. Even after the incident with Yuhuan, he did not have the opportunity to make a move. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Chapter 503. Andre noticed a flash of fear in her eyes. He chuckled and spread his hands. "Ha, don't worry. I'm not as weak as you think. Besides, I need your wisdom and methods, not a puppet that only knows how to follow orders. Now tell me, what is the activation spell for the ring? I'm very curious. Magical items were originally invented for ease of use, but why did the creator add a language trigger?" Please don't treat me like a fool. You can have the spell, but you have to swear first." Maurice sneered. Obviously, she did not believe Andre's empty promise. She was afraid that she would be hit by the last spell of the day just as she was about to say the spell. "No problem. I swear in the name of Aesop Desser that I will never use any form of magic to control your thoughts. If I go against it, I will die immediately." Andre didn't even think about it before coming up with a simple oath. Even though his tone was nonchalant, there was nothing to nitpick about the format of the oath. Maurice was not satisfied with this attitude. She purposely snorted, but still said, "The spell is Aralace. Aim it at the person you want to control." Before she could finish, a strange smile appeared on Andre's face. He quickly raised the ring and said loudly, "Aralace, In an instant, a strong red light shot out from the gemstone on the ring and accurately hit Maris, who was completely unprepared. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire body shook violently, and then she stood motionless on the spot, as if she had lost her soul. The power is not bad. There is no resistance at all. Looks like it should be a level 3 arcane spell, Berserk Charm, and not a level 1 charm human. Andre muttered to himself as he stroked the gem on the ring. Soon, he came in front of Maurice. He calmly wiped the dust off the gem, then held it in front of Maurice's eyes. He whispered, "Stare at it. Don't blink for a moment." Maurice, who had completely turned into a puppet under the control of the spell, had no ability to resist. She immediately widened her eyes and stared at the gemstone, without blinking. After a few minutes, her eyelids started to droop, and her body started to sway from side to side. She looked like she could fall asleep at any time. Seeing that the hypnosis had succeeded, Andre could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He sighed. So that's how it is. This magic ring needs two abilities to work together to maximize its power. The incantation itself is a hint to start, and the spell is to ensure that the hypnosis process will not be interrupted. The real key is still the gem itself. Interesting. How interesting. The creator must have been a great mage with an imaginative way of thinking, and it was very likely that he was an enchantment specialist. Low-level mages would not have such good craftsmanship. However, now is not the time for research. Let's deal with this little problem first. As he spoke, he stared at the woman's lifeless eyes and began to give her hints. Maris, I now ask you to forget everything you have just said, save the fact that you are my servant. Remember, under no circumstances can you reveal any information about me or the people around me. As the deep voice rang in her ears, Maurice subconsciously repeated in a daze, Understood. Forget everything that happened just now. Just remember that we are in a cooperative relationship. Under no circumstances are you allowed to reveal any information about you or the people around you. Seeing that the hints were gradually taking effect, Andre nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Repeat it 50 times. Make sure it is firmly imprinted in the depths of your mind, and you will never forget it. Understood. Forget everything just now. Just remember that we are partners. Under no circumstances can you reveal any information about you or the people around you. Forget everything just now. Just remember that we are partners. Maurice, who had turned on the repeater mode, repeated this sentence over and over again. Every time she finished reading it, a trace of confusion would appear on her dull face, as though she had forgotten something important. The moment the last word left her mouth, her body began to tremble violently, and her mouth made a series of unclear murmurs. Following that, she knelt on the ground with a plop, taking in large mouthfuls of fresh air. From her lively eyes, it could be seen that her consciousness had returned to normal. Of course, the word normal had to be put in quotation marks. After all, hypnosis was a kind of artificial interference with the brain. It was hard to say if there would be any oversight or if there would be some kind of permanent damage. Before the other party spoke, Andre was prepared for the worst. One hand was always on the handle of the rapier. If there was a need, the rapier could be unsheathed in the blink of an eye. Who am I? No, that's not right. Where am I? Damn it, that's not right either. My head hurts. Just as expected, Maris had just regained consciousness when her brain fell into an unprecedented chaos. Her mouth was full of nonsense. It seemed that the side effects of forcibly erasing a part of her memory were quite serious. Fortunately, her rationality did not collapse. Not long after, she sorted out her thoughts and slowly returned to normal. Because there was no large-scale tampering or shielding of her consciousness, Maris quickly remembered everything that had happened before she was hypnotized. She immediately glared and roared loudly. Bastard, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack when I was unprepared. Tell me quickly, what did you do to me just now? Why is there a blank space in my memory? Relax. Don't be so nervous. I only added a little insurance. It's not as serious as you think. If you ignore the contents of the plan, you won't even feel anything unusual. You have to know that our next move must be strictly confidential, and your previous actions are very unsettling. Therefore, we have to use some extreme measures to prevent betrayal or betrayal. After saying that, a meaningful smile appeared on Andre's face. As a transmigrator who believed in the evilness of human nature, the word doubt had already penetrated deep into his bones. Together with his strong desire for knowledge, it had become an instinct. Even Countess Anasta of West Sia, who was about to become his family, had not won his complete trust, let alone a woman like Maris who had a notorious and ambitious reputation. Chapter 5:04. Knowing that her memory and way of thinking had not been tampered with on a large scale, Maris immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, she still continued to criticize. Damn it, you forcefully deleted my memory just because of this. No wonder I couldn't remember the content of our conversation, no matter how hard I tried. And you even violated the oath you made. Violated the oath. Andre's lips curled up slightly, then he shook his head and retorted, No, you're wrong. I didn't violate the oath. Remember the content of the oath. I only promised that I would never use magic to control your brain, but I didn't say that I couldn't delete or seal a part of your memory. All right, don't be too conflicted. Try to be more open-minded. Anyway, you didn't lose anything, right? Maris was so angry that her face turned red. She almost couldn't breathe. Then she shouted, Bullshit! You're playing with words. It's the devil's trick. As a victim, she obviously couldn't let it go so easily, especially the severe headache she had after waking up. Even now, there were still some aftereffects. However, Andre obviously didn't buy it. He stretched out a finger and waved it twice in front of her eyes. No, the devil isn't so kind. If they get the opportunity just now, they will definitely take the opportunity to sign a deep contract. When you wake up, you will find that your body and soul no longer belong to you. And I don't really like the word game. I prefer to call it the art of language. Language is one of the most powerful forces in the entire multiverse. Some of them even contain several rules that were created at the beginning of the universe. For example, demons or devils often use the dark language, blasphemy language, and heavenly creatures and the god servants use the creation language. Other than that, there are also true name chants, chaos language, doomsday words, and so on. Therefore, one should never underestimate language. Even the simplest common language on the surface is older than any of us. Behind every word, there are countless secrets. Remember this lesson. If you encounter similar situations in the future, you'd better be 120% alert. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble. Don't worry. I'll engrave this lesson in my heart. I'll never make the same mistake a second time. Maris gritted her teeth and retorted. Even though her teeth were itching with hatred, she could still distinguish the priorities. She knew that she had already boarded a pirate ship, so for the time being, she didn't want to engage in an unnecessary quarrel. Of course, more importantly, she had originally planned to be a double-sided spy, reaping benefits from both sides at the same time. Anyway, in the end, as long as she chose to stand behind the stronger side and destroy all the evidence with lightning speed, she would naturally be able to cover up the truth and even enjoy the fruits of victory. As for things like loyalty, they never existed in the first place. The underground world of Valen City was filled with all sorts of schemes, betrayals, assassinations, poisons, kidnappings, threats, and abductions. As the saying goes, men are loyal because the stakes of betrayal are too low. Women are chaste because they are not tempted enough. In this city of sin, everything, including human life, was clearly priced. Not to mention the illusory loyalty. Even parents, spouses, and children could be sold. As a woman who lived in the lawless zone, Maurice never had the habit of putting all her eggs in one basket. Betting on both sides and pleasing both sides was her way of life. But it was a pity that this little trick couldn't escape Andre's eyes. Under the strong influence of the magic ring, she had completely forgotten the content of the conversation. Whenever she thought of the people and things related to the conversation, she would immediately have a splitting headache, not to mention secretly selling information. In her current state, she was afraid that even she herself could not figure out what the plan was all about. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Andre didn't seem to mind the offense in her tone. He continued with a smile, "Since you have fully understood your position, I will begin to assign you your first mission. First, I don't need you to do anything too dangerous, such as spreading false information, stealing information, or assassinating. You are also not allowed to privately contact or rope in the upper echelons of the Union, because this will cause unnecessary misunderstandings and alertness. Your mission is very simple. Completely copy Garrick's methods and honestly manage the territory. Do your best to pay as much taxes as possible and strive to gain more authority. If there are any movements, just send someone to inform me. In addition, help me investigate the matter of the cannibalistic children, especially that mage called Cecil. If you have any relevant details, immediately send someone to deliver them to me." "Are you talking about those ghost children?" Maurice frowned subconsciously. Andre's eyes flashed with a chilling light, and he nodded lightly. "Yes, I want to know who is behind this matter, especially the upper echelons of the Underground Union. How many of them are involved, and how many of them are against it? Remember, everything has to be done in secret. Don't let anyone get hold of any information that can be used against you. If there are any major discoveries or if the situation is dangerous, you must definitely come to me immediately. This isn't a joke, and neither is it an alarmist talk. I have a premonition that this special magic potion isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be a shocking secret plan hidden behind it." After hearing this, Maurice instantly made a series of associations. At the same time, some horrible scenes appeared in her mind. She subconsciously shivered, but quickly replied in a low voice, "Understood. I will act cautiously, but for the time being, it's best that you don't hold too much hope. This level of secret isn't something that an ordinary leader can come into contact with. I reckon that even Garrick doesn't know anything about it. According to rumors, all the ghost children's potions sold in the market come from the Thornbird Guild. Every once in a while, they will hold a small auction, and only those who have received an invitation can participate. If you are interested, it's best to give it a try. Who knows, you might be able to obtain a lot of useful information. But there's one thing I have to say in advance, and that is, don't drag me into this." Without a doubt, she knew of some rumors related to the potion. She also knew that behind the whole thing, there was an intricate and complicated relationship of interests. There was also a huge force that could crush her to pieces, so she didn't want to get involved. Otherwise, she might be overthrown by that terrifying force at any moment. Chapter 5:05. In fact, those who could survive in the lawless areas for more than 3 years had sharp intuition and a strong sense of reverence. They knew what kind of people they couldn't provoke and what kind of things they couldn't participate in. Otherwise, they would be met with a fatal disaster. In many movies, TV series, and stories, there were those gang leaders who would fight to the death with their enemies over trivial matters. Usually, they wouldn't live for long. In the end, they didn't die at the hands of their enemies. Instead, they would be stabbed in the heart by a dagger that came from beside them. The reason was simple. They lacked a sense of reverence and didn't know how to restrain themselves and keep a low profile. The purpose of a gang's existence was to make money. If the gang leader only cared about causing trouble everywhere, then his income would be pitifully small. The result would be that he would be quickly killed by his own subordinates and replaced with a new leader who had the ability to lead everyone to riches. It was clear that Maurice was a person with a sense of reverence and wasn't willing to get involved in matters beyond her abilities. If it weren't for the fear of being silenced, she wouldn't have even agreed to the previous cooperation. No problem. As long as you obediently complete the mission on time, I guarantee that your identity won't be known by outsiders. At the same time, I'll provide you with a certain degree of support, such as financial help, or help you get rid of more troublesome enemies. But you have to remember your identity, because I only have one way of dealing with traitors, and it's rather cruel. No smart person would want to try it. Now tell me, are you a smart person? Andre wasn't an idiot. He could see the resistance and rejection in her every action, so he purposely acted very forcefully and didn't hesitate to use threats and intimidation. Ever since he made up his mind to seize control of the Sardinia Islands, he had been constantly perfecting his plan of subversion. This ambitious woman in front of him was a crucial part of it, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. It had to be known that there were actually two different systems of power hidden in the chaotic nature of Valen City. One of them was the pirate group, led by Francis, who represented military force. The other was the 6 powerful underground guilds, who represented the economy. If he wanted to completely take control of this place, destroying the Pirate Alliance was one thing, but eradicating the underground guilds was equally important. Although Andre had no plans to take action against the guilds for the time being, he still had to plan a spy in advance to obtain the latest information. After all, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. Before he dealt with the pirates, he had to create some trouble so that the leaders of the guilds wouldn't be able to fend for themselves. Under the pressure of Andre's sharp eyes, Maris felt tremendous pressure. She had no doubt that if she said no, she would be in trouble. Therefore, for the sake of her own safety, she replied without any hesitation, "Of course. Of course, I'm a smart person. I definitely won't betray you and your plan to the pirates and underground guilds." "Very good. I hope you remember what you've said today. I hereby solemnly promise that as long as you remain loyal from the beginning to the end, when the plan succeeds, I'll give you a position that's not inferior to the leader of the 6 great underground guilds." After the threat, Andre began to promise benefits. He was very clear that purely relying on pressure to force the other party to obey him would not last long. Therefore, it was necessary to give her benefits. As the saying goes, a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. This was the essence of the art of controlling. Without a doubt, Maris was a woman with a high desire for power. Hearing the promise of benefits, her eyes instantly lit up, releasing a greedy glow. To her, being able to become the leader of a force was simply a dream. Even if she knew that this was bait, she still couldn't help but want to swallow it whole. Andre obviously noticed this. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. Following that, he extended a finger and lightly tapped on her forehead, directly activating the 3 daily healing of minor injuries on the amulet. Instantly, a strong white light flashed, and the face that was so swollen that her facial features couldn't be seen clearly, as well as the broken bridge of her nose. In the blink of an eye, she had more or less recovered. Although it was still a little red and swollen, it no longer affected her beauty. This is a healing divine spell. You're also a priest?" Maris stroked the skin on her face, an expression of disbelief on her face. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Fiona, who was sitting to the side and taking care of her brother. One had to know that priests were a scarce resource in Valen City, including the trainee priests who could only use rank 0 divine spells. There were less than 10 of them. Now that 2 more had suddenly appeared, anyone with a passing IQ would have a lot of associations. For example, a certain church had set their sights on the Sardinia Islands, or perhaps they were carrying out some secret activities. That's right, this is indeed a standard rank, one divine spell. As for whether I'm a priest or not, I can't tell you right now. Now put on your clothes and do what you need to do. Don't forget to send half of Garrick's assets over by noon tomorrow. I plan to open a blacksmith shop to deceive people. Oh, that's right. While you're at it, help me inquire about a woman called Clarissa. She's about 30 years old and has a head of short silver-white hair. If nothing unexpected happens, she's living somewhere in the lower city. After saying that, Andre purposely put on a mysterious appearance, unwilling to reveal another word. In reality, Clarissa was none other than the daughter of the expert who had deciphered Johannes Richardner's manuscript. According to the information provided by Kent the Sea Wolf, this woman had been constantly changing her address ever since her father was killed, afraid that she would follow in his footsteps. So you're the blacksmith that Mabel mentioned who can forge magical weapons. All right, once I've taken control of the territory, I'll immediately send someone to look for you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There are still many hoodlums loyal to Garrick outside that need to be dealt with. Seeing that she couldn't get any more useful information out of Garrick, Maris quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. She then cruelly cut off Garrick's head and held it tightly in her hands with her pants. She pushed open the door and walked out of the room, dark red blood dripping everywhere. It was obvious that she intended to use this head to establish her authority. Her goal was to let everyone clearly see the consequences of going against her, so as to intimidate the competitors hidden in the shadows. She wanted everyone to be more honest and not jump out to cause trouble at crucial moments. Chapter 506. According to the style of the underground guilds, once they decided to change the leader of an area, there wouldn't be just one or two candidates. Usually, they would pick 4 or 5 of the more famous fellows and have them compete with each other. Only the elite that emerged victorious in the final chaotic battle would be promoted. This meant that the competitive relationship still existed before the guilds sent someone to announce the results. If she didn't appear more savage and strike fear into the hearts of those bastards who were waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, then they wouldn't hesitate to band together and launch a fatal sneak attack. Holding the bloody head, Maurice walked through the corridor on the 2nd floor and quickly went up the stairs to the hall on the 1st floor. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, she threw the head onto the bar, causing a few prostitutes to scream in shock. However, she didn't pay attention to the ear-piercing screams. Instead, she jumped up onto the bar and stepped on the bloody head with her right foot. Her sharp gaze swept over everyone present, especially those sneaky fellows hiding in the dark corners. Absolute silence. Whether it was drunken drunkards, pirates looking for entertainment, or spies with ulterior motives, none of them even blinked as they stared at this woman with a resounding reputation in the lower city. The sounds of fighting from the 2nd floor had been so intense that anyone who wasn't deaf would have heard it clearly. Coupled with the recent rumors on the streets, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. After all, such things weren't new in Valen City. Humans were creatures that found it very difficult to control their desires. Once they had tasted the great magic of power and money, they would quickly become intoxicated. Even if they knew that there was a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could take their lives at any time, they still couldn't help but extend their greedy hands. Anyone who became the leader of an underground guild would more or less control a portion of their territory based on their strength. It could be 1 or 2 streets, or it could be 6 or 7 streets. In their own territory, they were the absolute local tyrants. As long as they paid a certain amount of taxes on time every month, it wouldn't matter even if they killed everyone in their area. Think about it. If someone enjoyed the treatment of a privileged class for a long period of time, what would happen next? It was very simple. This person's mind would slowly be corrupted by money and power. Their desires would also become greater and greater. Gradually, they would become dissatisfied with their current situation and desire more. It was common knowledge that there was a limit to the amount of wealth produced in society due to the limitations of productivity, population, business prosperity, and many other factors. If one person obtained more, there would inevitably be others who would obtain less. Obviously, without exception, the leaders would reach their hands into the pockets of the underground guilds. Perhaps it was not too obvious in the beginning, but as time passed, they became bolder and bolder, and their actions became more and more obvious. When the taxes were reduced to a certain level, or when their strength exceeded the warning line, the underground guilds would clean them up and at the same time support a new leader to replace them. Iron Fist, Garrick had already ruled the nearby streets for more than 10 years. He had long been unwilling to hand over more than half of his profits to the guild every month. Therefore, he had been secretly accumulating strength, planning to find an opportunity to become independent. However, it was a pity that he had done a terrible job of keeping secrets. Even many drunkards knew that he was secretly running his own small business, and he had not even paid a single cent of taxes. Therefore, his ending today was not unexpected. In fact, everyone in the tavern did not care about whether he lived or died. These people were concerned about whether there would be any changes to the various rules after the new leader took over. For example, what could be done, what could not be done, the proportion of taxes that needed to be paid when doing business, and so on. As everyone had different preferences and personalities, they did not want to accidentally violate the taboo of the new leader. Looking at the fearful and shocked eyes below, Maurice felt a sense of satisfaction that she had never felt before. She deliberately raised her chin and put on an arrogant posture. Using a condescending tone, she said, "I believe that all of you have seen it. This is Garrick's head. According to the rules set by the guild, from today onwards, everything that he has, including territory, property, power, and even women, will be completely inherited by me. If anyone is not satisfied, you can stand up now. I will give you a fair chance to challenge me, but if there are no objections after I finish my speech, then I will take it as your acknowledgement that I am the new ruler of these streets. If anyone dares to do anything sneaky behind my back, don't blame me for being ruthless. You must know that I am a woman. Many ruthless methods that are inconvenient for men to use, I can use them without any psychological burden. Therefore, before you make your choice, you better think about your family and friends. Don't let them become the victims of foolish actions. All right, that's all I have to say. Now, I will give you 1 minute to consider. After 1 minute, those who do not intend to be my enemy will obediently keep their mouths shut. As for those who want to take advantage of the situation, please prepare your weapons, because only one of us can walk out of the tavern alive." Following the last word, the atmosphere in the tavern's main hall suddenly became tense, especially the fat bartender. Without another word, he ran to the kitchen in order to prevent himself from being involved in the upcoming fight to the death. In the chaotic Valen city, no less than a dozen fights would occur every day. Although most of the time, they wouldn't appear in business areas protected by underground guilds, there would still be 1 or 2 fights in places like taverns and inns that served alcohol. Therefore, the staff knew how to protect themselves. After all, the actions of drunkards were no longer under the control of their brains. It wasn't strange for them to do anything outrageous. 1 minute was very short. Normally, it would pass by very quickly, but at this moment, it felt like a year had passed. The eyes of a few fellows sitting in the eastern corner of the hall flickered. From their expressions, it was clear that they were having an intense struggle in their hearts. One of them even tightly gripped the inverted knife at his waist, looking like he could stand up and attack at any moment. Just as his but left the chair, a man in the other corner stood up first and shouted with a nasty smile, "I don't accept this. You're just a woman, and you dare say such arrogant words. Do you think that everyone doesn't know that you killed Garrick with a scheme?" Chapter 5:07. Heavy Hammer, Inigo Crom. Just as I expected, you couldn't help but be the first to jump out. Maurice narrowed her eyes, a cold smile immediately appearing on her face. As an ambitious schemer who schemed to obtain territory, she had long since secretly investigated those who could potentially become her opponents, and this man in front of her was the most flamboyant and arrogant of them all. He. Since you've heard of my name, you must know of my strength. Seeing that you're a woman, as long as you kneel down and offer me Garrick's head, I'll magnanimously allow you to continue living like a bitch. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then this hammer will let you know what regret is. Saying this, Inigo Crom viciously slammed the 20 kilograms hammer in his hand onto the table beside him. Everyone only heard a loud bang as the table shattered. Wood shavings and plates flew everywhere, and a few unlucky fellows at the front were affected. Wounds appeared on their faces and arms, and the unluckier ones even had wood shavings piercing into their flesh. They screamed as they quickly fled the scene. There was no doubt that he was showing off his extraordinary physique to Maurice, especially the exaggerated muscles on his chest. At first glance, one could tell that it was filled with explosive power. Coupled with the exaggerated size of the warhammer, it instantly made many people feel a sense of fear. Don't think that a 20 kilograms weapon was unremarkable compared to those that had undergone exaggerated artistic processing and could easily weigh hundreds or even thousands of kilograms. This was the true state of heavy weapons in the real world. To give a simple example, in the era of cold weapons, the weight of a standard long sword usually did not exceed 3 kilograms. The weight of the full body armor used for heavy cavalry was between 25 kilograms to 45 kilograms. The higher the level of craftsmanship, the lighter the weight. Weapons like those that easily weighed hundreds of kilograms would never appear in the real world, unless their users were a group of giants with infinite strength, or the gravity on the planet was 10 times lower than that of Earth. It must be known that a weapon was not something that could be wielded, but had to be wielded repeatedly. If it was too heavy and exceeded the user's endurance, then they would be exhausted after a few swings. In an intense battle, many warriors had to continuously fight for 10 minutes or even a few hours. Thus, anyone who could wield a 10 kilograms weapon was basically a Hercules through and through. They belonged to the category of human bulldozers that could easily grab people and use them as weapons. Think about it. A 5-liter bucket of cooking oil weighed less than 5 kilograms. Even an average adult man would be out of breath after carrying it for a while. The bricks used in construction sites weighed less than 1 kilogram. A 20-kilogram warhammer was equivalent to 20 bricks bundled together. When it was swung, there was only one outcome for anyone who was hit head-on, and that was to be smashed into smithereens. Inigo Crom had relied on this warhammer in his hands to single-handedly make a name for himself in Walloon City. He also had the nickname Heavy Hammer. Many of his enemies were instantly smashed into meat patties, even if they wore armor. That was why he was very confident in himself and didn't put Maurice in his eyes at all. However, the battles in the underground world weren't a competition of martial arts. Whoever had a higher profession rank and stronger battle strength would be the final victor. In this place full of intrigue and deceit, a leader who could successfully rise to the top, in addition to the necessary deterrence of force, must have a clever mind. After all, most of the time, crafty schemes were far more terrifying than violent methods. Even the strongest warrior couldn't withstand a dagger from the back, or a poisoned meal. Obviously, Maurice, who was known as the Enchantress, was well versed in this. She calmly stroked her hair and looked at the majestic man in front of her with a playful expression. Soon, she let out a mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha. You really are as stupid and conceited as the rumors say. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, people like you who are confident in their strength won't be a threat to me, no matter how many of you come. Moreover, don't tell me you don't know how to use that brain of yours that's no bigger than a walnut to think about why I would appear here without any preparations. Saying this, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she immediately raised her right hand to make a very strange gesture. She then shouted, "Do it! Kill him right now!" Just as she finished speaking, a young man following behind Inigo Crumb suddenly trembled. A mere second later, his eyes fell into a lifeless state. At the same time, he quickly pulled out the dagger he carried with him, and without another word, stabbed into the back of his boss's waist. Ah! Along with a blood-curdling scream, the sharp blade emitting a black glow had completely sunk into the body, causing great damage to the left kidney. Dark red blood continuously flowed out from the wound. Judging from the faint stench in the air, the dagger must have been smeared with lethal poison. Bastard! Ulick! You actually dared to betray me! The furious Inigo Crumb quickly turned around as soon as he reacted. He tightly grabbed the young man's neck and lifted him up from the ground, his expression full of pain and disbelief. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that this powerful warrior known as Hammer had been plotted against. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon die from the poison. It had to be known that the Sardinia Islands were not Lincoln City. There were several large shrines and a considerable number of priests. Once poisoned, there was only one outcome: death. Unless it was a lucky few who had abnormal constitutions and could resist the poison, it was better to stab themselves as soon as possible. At the very least, they would suffer less. Ulick's face was flushed red as he struggled to open his mouth. He stammered, I'm sorry, boss. I don't know what's going on." My body reacted uncontrollably. Due to the difficulty in breathing and blood circulation, he began to convulse within a few seconds. His eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. He quickly fell unconscious. While Inigo Crumb was impulsive, he was not an idiot. From his subordinate's performance, it was obvious that he was under the control of some supernatural force. Thus, he hurriedly let go and slapped the young man's face as he shouted, "Wake up! Hurry and wake up! Tell me what the hell is going on." Chapter 508. But it was a pity that the young man named Ulick showed no signs of waking up, no matter how hard he slapped. Perhaps it was because his brain had been deprived of oxygen for too long. Looking at this scene, the restless fellows in the corner immediately quietened down. They sized up their subordinates with fearful gazes, afraid that they would end up in the same state. As for the onlookers, they sighed inwardly, as expected of the enchantress who was rumored to be able to seduce men into depravity. She actually disintegrated the threat of sledgehammer from the inside. Although Inigo Crumb hadn't died from the poison, no one believed that he could survive the night. Judging from the color of the blood flowing out of his wounds, he would reach the end of his life in less than 10 minutes. Maris swept a disdainful glance at her competitors, the corners of her lips curling into a beautiful arc. She was clearly satisfied with the intimidating effect of her chess piece. Even the gloominess from being threatened by Andre dissipated. She was once again brimming with a dangerous aura like a blooming poppy flower. Not only did she exude a strong attraction, but she was also extremely lethal. Contrary to her good mood, Inigo Crumb began to feel the poison flowing through his body along with his blood. In particular, the symptoms of numbness, nausea, and dizziness were getting more and more severe. His vision gradually turned blurry and dim, and finally he began to sway uncontrollably. The sledgehammer that he could easily swing seemed to have suddenly become dozens of times heavier. Without a doubt, the Grim Reaper was hovering above this man's head, waiting to reap his soul. As a man with a fiery temper, Inigo Crumb didn't have the habit of waiting for death. While he was still conscious, he hurriedly shook his head and roared with resentment. "Maris, you despicable person who only knows how to play with despicable schemes. Perhaps I will die in a few minutes, but before that, I can still do one thing, and that is to kill you." Despicable person? Maris curled her lips in disdain. "Don't think so highly of yourself. You're just a bully who bullies the weak. You're no different from me in essence. At the very least, I've never forced anyone to buy or sell, nor would I use my fists to take the fruits of someone else's labor." "Ha ha ha ha. That's what you're thinking? What a joke. The rule of the strong over the weak is the eternal law of the world. I am the strong, so I can naturally plunder the weak. They should obediently crawl under my feet, obey and endure, and become nourishment to make me stronger. Women will always be women. They will always be so weak. Even a black widow like you is no different." Inigo Crumb laughed as he retorted. Judging from his expression, he was definitely a supporter of the law of the jungle. "Humph, another pretentious man. Don't forget that you're about to die in the hands of a woman like me. After you die, I'll cut off your head and make it into an ornament with Garrick. I'll hang it in the most conspicuous place on this street so that everyone can see the consequences of going against me. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate women, because most of the time, women are much scarier than men, especially." At this point, Maurice suddenly stopped, and a strange smile appeared on her face. She then stretched out her thumb and gently drew it across her neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. Inigo Crumb instantly felt a sense of danger, just as he was about to turn around to see what was behind him, but it was too late. A black shadow, less than a meter tall, sprang up like a ghost, not giving his opponent any time to react. Furthermore, Inigo's body was poisoned, so his reaction was extremely slow. The only thing he could do was watch as the sharp dagger slit his throat. After a moment of intense pain, fresh blood splattered everywhere like a fountain. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Inigo Crumb, whose throat was blocked by blood, tried his best to cover his neck. He let out short, strange sounds that made one's hair stand on end. Not long after, he knelt on the ground, twitching nonstop as he slowly died. "Aha, did you see that? This is the result of looking down on women. Now that my dear Mr. Heavy Hammer has reunited with Iron Fist, who else wants to follow in their footsteps?" Maurice was clearly an expert at creating an atmosphere. She immediately made use of Inigo, who had just died, to continue intimidating her competitors, attempting to leave a shadow of fear in their hearts. This way, they would not dare to casually issue challenges, and it would be easier for them to take over their territory. Just as a scholar had once said, killing and death might not be the best way to solve problems, but it was undoubtedly the fastest and most effective method. Unless the other party was a group of lunatics who did not care about their own lives, they would all retreat. After all, the fear of death was in everyone's nature. Even the bravest warrior could not avoid this. The tragic death of Heavy Hammer, Inigo Crumb, was undoubtedly a wake-up call to the restless fellows in the hall. The young man named Ulick, in particular, sent chills down their spines. All they could think about was whether or not they had subordinates who had been unknowingly controlled like this. In just a few minutes, suspicion, jealousy, estrangement, wariness, all sorts of feelings of distrust began to spread rapidly, causing this loose alliance that was originally filled with hostility to crumble. Everyone sat in their chairs and looked at each other, not daring to make a sound for a long time. Maurice's outstanding use of strategy and psychological tactics had completely eliminated all potential threats by activating a chess piece that she had set up in advance. It was likely that these people had a severe shadow in their hearts, and they would not dare to make any provocative moves for a long time. Even though the halfling thief Podia had helped at the last moment, it was undeniable that Maurice was the one who was in control of everything. A woman's meticulous observation skills and accurate intuition had been fully utilized. It was hard to imagine that she was only in her early 20s. In many places, girls of her age were still dreaming of having a Prince Charming, imagining that one day some young and handsome prince or nobleman would fall in love with them, take them as his wife, and live a rich and happy life. However, Maurice had already used her own efforts to successfully kill off a powerful guild leader, becoming the uncrowned king of the surrounding streets. Perhaps it was her painful childhood that forced her to mature early so that she could better protect herself. Or perhaps it was her insatiable desire and ambition that drove her forward courageously in pursuit of more money and power. Chapter 5:09. All in all, this woman had done things that many men could not. She had even intimidated dozens of adult men on the first floor of the inn by herself. Among them, there was no lack of famous bandit leaders. But at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing Maurice exuding a powerful aura like a queen, Bortia, who was hidden under the cloak, curled her lips and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "TSK, she's just a low-level assassin. She really knows how to put on airs. I don't know if these people's brains are filled with SH*T. They can't even see through such a low-level threat." Of course, this sentence was only said out of jealousy between women. After all, as a thief who had always been accompanied by shadows, Bortia also yearned to be like Maurice one day, standing in public and arrogantly issuing a warning to the big guys. But unfortunately, this was only a fantasy. In a town dominated by humans, it was theoretically impossible to accept a halfling less than a meter tall as a gang leader, not to mention a female with feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. The halfling bandit shook off the drops of blood on her beloved dagger and put it back into the sheath. While everyone's attention was attracted by Maurice, she quickly entered stealth mode in the dim environment where light and shadow intersected. She tiptoed to the second floor. As she was still in a state of bounty, she did not want to be recognized at all. Otherwise, the city that had gradually calmed down would immediately be in an uproar. Especially Captain Casimir Kiz of the Devil's Ship, who was known as the Devil in human skin. He would definitely not let go of such a large amount of wealth so easily. Passing through the dim corridor on the second floor, Bortia quickly arrived at the door of the room. Out of professional habit, she did not knock on the door. Instead, she first observed the situation inside through the gap. After confirming that there were no outsiders present, she carefully used a wire with a hook to pry open the door bolt and swaggered in. It was necessary to mention that most houses in Orire did not have locks. This was because locks were very expensive items. Even the cheapest one cost 15 to 30 gold coins. Moreover, only the best craftsmen could make them. Therefore, the doors of ordinary people or hotels were usually blocked with a metal or wooden bar. If the owner went out, then the owner would take all the valuable things in the house with him. If he couldn't take them with him, he would hide them. If the door was locked, it would attract the attention of thieves. They would think that since the door was locked, there must be a lot of valuable things hidden inside. The window in the room was open, and Garrick's headless corpse was lying flat on the floor. Dark red blood was everywhere, and under the bright moonlight, it emitted a strange color. The thick smell of blood filled every corner of the room, and the messy tables, chairs, and cabinets were all smashed. Andre stood in front of the window and looked at the chaotic scene on the street in the distance. Without turning his head, he asked, "How is it? Have you finished your work down there? Maurice didn't disappoint us, did she?" It's done. After the boss saw the yellow gold coins, he didn't even want to ask what happened. He even said that before the sun rises tomorrow, it doesn't matter even if we open a slaughterhouse in the room. As for that woman, to be honest, her performance was a bit unexpected. To be exact, it was quite outstanding. I think those idiots downstairs are about to be scared out of their wits. After saying that, a contemptuous sneer appeared on Portia's face, and she did not hide her disdain. In her opinion, Maurice's strength was not the strongest among all the competitors. Her profession level was only below average. As long as a few people dared to stand out and launch a siege, her little tricks would not work at all. Hearing the strong jealousy in the halfling's tone, Andre could not help but chuckle and shake his head. "Ha! Is that so? It seems that this chess piece is more useful than I thought. At least she can deal with some problems that we can't easily deal with." As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, he was very clear about the psychological tactics used by Maris. At the same time, he also understood that such tactics were only effective against groups that had many internal conflicts. If it were a tight organization, it would reveal its true form in a matter of minutes. However, there was a good saying, no matter if it was a white cat or a black cat, as long as it could catch mice, it was a good cat. Although the scheme could not be considered brilliant and would definitely be exposed after a long time, it was appropriate to use it now. By the time those people reacted, Maurice would have already consolidated her power. At that time, the comparison of strength between the two sides would be reversed. "Humph, you better be careful. I don't think a woman like her will willingly obey your orders. Moreover, the pirates have started to gather in large numbers recently. Perhaps they're about to make a big move." Portia frowned and reminded him in a low voice. As a thief who had lived in a dangerous environment for a long time, she could instinctively feel that the atmosphere in Valen City had become especially tense, especially with the increasing number of pirate ships docked in the bay. Even the famous captains were being recruited. "Don't worry, Maurice won't be able to escape my control in the short term. Moreover, I won't give her the opportunity or time to accumulate strength. As for the sudden gathering of pirates, it's because they're about to carry out a big plan. It will break the framework of power in the southern seas. Perhaps to some people, expansion is equivalent to annihilation, but to me, it's not a bad thing. In reality, the effects of hypnosis and suggestion weren't permanent. To be specific, it could be described in 4 words. It varied from person to person. Some people with weak willpower would be immersed in the shadows for their entire lives, unable to break free. However, some people with strong self-awareness would only need a few years or even a few months to gradually weaken the effects of the suggestion. Andre might not know how long it would take for Maurice to break free from the seal of her memories, but he was certain that she wasn't one of those people with weak willpower. Moreover, the temptation of the pirates to join the trade war was not only not detrimental to the following plan, but would also bring countless benefits. First of all, the large amounts of food and daily necessities that would undoubtedly make a huge profit. Secondly, after the trade was sealed, countless industries that relied on the sea for a living would encounter an unprecedented disaster. The chain reaction that would follow could be described as an avalanche. Chapter 5:10. At that time, countless bankrupt and debt-ridden merchants, commoners, and craftsmen would lose their jobs and become unstable elements in society. If someone offered to hire them at this time, it was believed that whether it was the nobles or the merchants who were afraid of riots that would cause damage to their properties, they would all stand up and applaud. It just so happened that Andre's territory needed a large amount of manpower and talents to develop. Abner, as the chief of internal affairs, would definitely not miss out on something that could increase his reputation and also gain benefits. Moreover, after the Linton City Navy suffered heavy losses, His Eye of Arcane, which had yet to sink, would naturally become the focus of countless people's attention. In particular, weapons like the bronze cannons would definitely enter the sights of the dukes and nobles. Perhaps in the eyes of many, casting a bronze cannon barrel was not difficult and could be easily replicated, but gunpowder was not so easy. Andre dared to bet that as long as he could ensure that the gunpowder formula was not leaked, not only would he be able to use it as a bargaining chip to force the nobles to give him a higher status, but he would also be able to continuously earn a large amount of gold coins. In any case, as long as he built a secret underground gunpowder workshop, he would be able to easily satisfy the other party's appetite. After all, bronze was not a cheap metal. It represented the lowest level of trading currency. The cost of a cannon was about 1,600 to 2,000 gold coins, and a warship or armed merchant ship would be equipped with at least 8 to 16 cannons. Families that were not wealthy enough would not be able to afford it. In addition, the price of gunpowder was similarly uncertain due to the production of saltpeter and sulfur, as well as the raw materials required for purification. A single load of gunpowder would cost about 5 silver coins to 1 gold coin. One should not think that this was a small amount. It should be known that the accuracy of cannon battles at sea was usually not too high. To be precise, it was terrible. Unless the enemy was very close, at least dozens of shots would be needed to hit the target every time. As for sinking the enemy, it also depended on the tonnage of the ship. Generally speaking, the larger the ship, the harder it was to sink. Even if the lowest price was 5 silver coins per shot, 10 shots would cost more than 4 gold coins, and 100 shots would cost more than 40 gold coins. This was only the cost of 1 cannon and 1 naval battle. If it was a large-scale naval battle, it would probably cost more than tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins of gunpowder. It was completely equivalent to burning money. Just like what a philosopher once said, war was all about economics and logistics. Especially after entering the age of firearms, this change was especially obvious. Every time the soldiers fired a bullet or an artillery shell, they had to spend a lot of money. If they didn't have enough money to support them, they would be completely defeated because of the lack of ammunition even before the battle with the enemy was over. Of course, these were only the cost prices. Andre planned to learn from a certain superpower on Earth that made a fortune by selling armaments. He planned to multiply the price by 5, or add a 0. Otherwise, how could he face himself? Apart from the 4 dukes and less than 10 nobles, no one else in Lincoln City could afford it. A medium-sized gunpowder workshop was more than enough to satisfy their needs. He had even thought of digging a cellar in a relatively hidden location in Turith Valley and using the corpses of orcs, goblins, and kobolds to create some corpses for labor. If anyone dared to barge in, the undead controlled by magic would immediately ignite the black gunpowder piled up inside. At that time, not to mention stealing information, even the intruder's own life would be in danger. Moreover, all the information would disappear completely with the scorching flames, shockwaves, and roars. Aurere's relatively backward productivity and various supernatural powers determined that it was impossible for it to follow the path of natural technology, like Earth. Therefore, things like gunpowder weapons could never be developed to the same extent as on Earth, because it was not the only choice. Compared to magic and divine arts that had a wider range of uses, gunpowder had too much investment and too many limitations. It was destined to only be a substitute for a ballista. In the end, Andre could still wait for Lincoln City's navy to suffer heavy losses and use the Eye of Arcane as a bargaining chip to obtain the role of the fleet's commander-in-chief. He could then lead the gunships to victory in this trade war and secretly control the pirates of the Sardinia Islands to put on a show. He could use indisputable military achievements to obtain the recognition of the nobles and merchants, obtaining a higher status and power, and prepare for the upcoming collision in the future. Since there were so many benefits, he naturally would not stop the actions of the pirates. After all, most of the warships that were sunk had nothing to do with him, and he could also ruthlessly strike a blow to the arrogance of the pro-war faction. Why not? He would not forget what the blood Marquis Kyrgyz had done to him. He was even prepared to join forces with the conservative faction to uproot the other party's entire family after returning this time. He would use blood, destruction, and death to establish an awe-inspiring reputation. Hey, I say, how long do you plan to stay here for? The smell of blood in the house stinks. Just after Andrei stood in place and fell into deep thought, Portia finally could not bear the increasingly strong smell and shouted while pinching her nose. Garrick's headless corpse had been lying on the floor for more than an hour. According to the hot environmental temperature in the south, it had now begun to be decomposed by active bacteria, emitting a faint corpse smell. Although it was not particularly obvious, it was already quite obvious to people with a sensitive sense of smell. Andrei, who came back to his senses, glanced at the young man who was still unconscious, shook his head helplessly, and explained, "I originally planned to wait for Mabel to wake up, but it seems that he won't wake up for a day. How about this? Do you know if there are any houses for sale nearby? We can buy it as a temporary residence. It's best if it's not too small. Otherwise, we can't transform it into a blacksmith shop. If you want to buy a house, I personally think it's best to be a little further away from hotels or taverns. Otherwise, just dealing with drunkards who are as drunk as mud can annoy people to death, not to mention those thieves with dirty hands and feet. I personally suggest an old house a few streets away should be pretty good. That place used to be an abandoned warehouse, but it's big enough to completely meet your requirements." As the famous king of thieves in Valen City, Portia was as familiar with the entire city's topography as her own backyard. She easily came up with a good choice. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look now. I hope it's not too expensive. I don't have much cash left on me," Andrei said as he touched his slightly shriveled money pouch, a trace of a bitter smile appearing on his face. Chapter 5:11. Fiona, who had been taking care of her brother all this time, suddenly turned around when she heard Andrei's words. She held up a piece of parchment with a complicated seal. "Don't worry about the money. I just found this on my brother's body. If I'm not wrong, it should be a bill of exchange from some merchant guild." "Oh, let me see." The quick-witted Portia quickly jumped up and snatched the bill of exchange. She opened her eyes wide and carefully examined the symbol and password on it. Soon, she started laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! 15 bills of exchange from the Willie Merchant Guild, 100 gold coins each. If I'm not wrong, this should be part of the payment for the goods. With this money, it won't be a problem to buy all the land near the warehouse. All right, now that the last problem has been solved, let's quickly leave this troublesome place and buy a house. Then we'll clean it up and get a good night's sleep. After an entire night of torment, I feel like all the bones in my body are about to fall apart." Andrei rubbed his head and complained in a low voice. Although his body had been transformed by the fire elemental prince, Isoldezer, and was gradually breaking away from the category of ordinary people and approaching a pure half-elemental life form, the mental fatigue didn't disappear so easily. After all, he had first fought a battle of wits and courage with a wandering swordsman with superb swordsmanship. Then he came into contact with Seawolf Kent and learned about the existence of the secret organization Shadow Web. After entering Valen City, he still didn't have any time to rest. His brain was already in an overloaded state. What he needed now was a good rest and seriously sorting out his messy thoughts. "That's right. I haven't asked you why you suddenly ran to Valen City. Could it be that something happened on Turtle Island?" Portia finally noticed the crux of the problem and stared at the two people in question with suspicious eyes. Fiona felt a little guilty and hurriedly explained, "We were attacked by pirates." All the residents on the island were slaughtered. Only the two of us escaped under the cover of the night. Pirates. The reason? Why would they suddenly attack a small island that posed no threat? Portia had obviously inherited the exuberant curiosity of the halfling race and assumed a posture of wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. I don't know why they would do this. Fiona lowered her head and whispered. She was afraid that the other party would see through her. There was no doubt that she had never lied before, so she deliberately pretended to be frightened in an attempt to get away with it. However, Portia was obviously not the kind of person who would give up easily. She immediately turned to Andre and asked, "You must know, right? As far as I know, pirates won't easily massacre the residents of a nearby island unless something infuriates them." Andre pretended to be helpless as he shrugged his shoulders and explained, "Do you still remember the idiots we killed some time ago? One of them was a crew member of the Sea Wolf. According to the rules of the pirates, if someone on board dies in some place for no reason, then that place will be responsible for the death. I think this might be the reason." As a cautious person, it was impossible for him to tell Fiona about the shadow web because the halfling was not the simple-minded Fiona, nor was she Mabel, who wanted to stand out from the crowd. She had a clear purpose in everything she did. For example, she needed a place to hide, or she needed to taste the excitement of going out on an adventure. If she found that her companions had different ideas from her own, she would not hesitate to choose to leave. Strong, independent, positive, optimistic, and the pursuit of excitement and pleasure. This was Portia's character. To some extent, she was very similar to the modern women on Earth. She would neither pledge allegiance to any force nor become a foil for a man. Therefore, letting her know too many secrets was not a smart thing to do. "You mean the actions of the pirates are out of revenge?" The big-breasted lowly was completely unaware of Andre's thoughts at the moment. She was still very curious and asked, "I think so. Do you have any other explanation? The pirates themselves have serious uncertainty. It is difficult to judge their actions with common sense. So since things have already happened, I think there is no need to continue to look at the motive. Instead, we should shift our attention to the results. What do you say?" Andre calmly changed the topic. He did not want to continue the topic of pirates with the halfling. Otherwise, it would be time for 100,000 whys. One must know that these little guys who were less than a meter tall were all curious babies. No matter how you explained, they would always find the possible problems and then keep asking until they drove you crazy. In Oriar, there were many books and fables that had appeared before. A powerful mage was driven crazy by a halfling, so Andre did not want to experience it himself. He did not want to be one of those negative examples. Portia bit her finger. Her eyes were always flickering, as if she was struggling whether she should continue to ask questions or end the topic. After a few minutes, she stomped her feet, gritted her teeth, and said, "Well, even if what you said makes sense, let's follow you. I'll take you to Bernie's house to buy a house. I hope that old guy hasn't become a mummy yet." As soon as her voice fell, she pulled her hood tightly and jumped out of the window. Looking at the big-breasted lowly jumping from the second floor into the street, Fiona finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she raised her head and looked at Andre. Then both of them smiled at the same time. Most of the time, it wasn't difficult to pull people closer to each other. Perhaps it was because they had gone through trials and tribulations together, or perhaps it was because they shared a secret together. It could immediately turn strangers into friends or even lovers. In fact, Andre was not sure what Fiona meant to him. The current relationship between the two was a bit complicated. There were too many things mixed in. Savior, elemental prince, the messenger of Aesop Desser in the material world, or were they friends who shared a secret, Of course, there might also be a little physiological attraction. After all, as a young man and a young woman, and they had experienced so many things together. Plus, this world was very open in terms of sex, so the situation was even more complicated. Just when he was thinking about whether to find time to have a good talk with Fiona and explain some of the things that were easy to cause problems or misunderstandings, he suddenly found that the place where the sea and the sky met began to turn white. It was obviously a sign that the sun was about to come out. Chapter 5:12. Without a doubt, yesterday's thrilling night had finally passed, and the chaotic Valen City was about to welcome a new day. Bosha, who was walking at the very front of the group, immediately curled her lips and grumbled in a low voice, "Damn it! We have to speed up, or else there will be more people on the streets once the sun comes out. I don't want to be recognized." Andre glanced helplessly at the youth on his shoulder, whose eyes were tightly shut and showed no signs of waking up. He sighed and asked, "How much further?" "You should know that we can't move quickly in our current state. Unless Mabel wakes up and walks on her own, our current speed is already the limit with me and Fiona supporting us." Perhaps it was a side effect of going berserk, but ever since this fellow had fallen into a coma, whether it was cold water, needles, or yelling into his ears, he didn't have the slightest reaction. If not for his normal heartbeat, breathing, and body temperature, one would have suspected that his life was in danger. It should take about 10 minutes, but it's not on the surface, but underground. As she spoke, Bosha pointed at a dirty, pitch-black cave, not far in front of them. Judging from the crude stairs that stretched as far as the eye could see, there was no doubt that it led to the depths of the underground. "Are you sure we want to go in?" Fiona stared with wide eyes and asked in disbelief. This pitch-black cave made her think of many hair-raising things, such as man-eating monsters and terrifying undead. Thus, she was somewhat afraid. The big-breasted lowly nodded without hesitation. "Of course. Old Bernie lives inside. If you don't want to go in, you can wait outside, but I can't guarantee that it's safer outside than underground. You should know that there are many bastards wandering around here. If they see a young and beautiful girl like you, they'll definitely come looking for trouble." "AI, then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. I don't think we have a second choice." Seeing Fiona's extremely conflicted expression, Andre rubbed his forehead and took the initiative to step forward and make a choice. After all, Valen City was a city of crime. Theft, murder, robbery, rape, and other vicious crimes could occur at any time. It would be better if it was a street that was controlled and managed by an underground guild. However, in a lawless area like this, the level of chaos was beyond imagination. Even the beggars who lived at the bottom of society would not be willing to come here to beg, so he was worried about leaving the girl alone. Fiona opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't make any sound. She just followed the team, silently. Although she had a deep fear of going deep into the underground cavern, she also understood that staying with the others was the wisest thing to do. Follow closely, don't fall behind, and don't do anything dangerous. Remember, this may not be the most dangerous place in Valen City, but it's definitely the most troublesome. After Bordia gave another stern warning, she took a deep breath and walked into the pitch-black cave entrance. The others hurriedly followed her and disappeared into the tunnel after a short while. Relying on his fire elemental bloodline's dark vision, Andre could clearly see the situation around him. Even the people hiding behind the fence and armed with bows and crossbows were no exception. However, he didn't act rashly. Although the other party had their weapons aimed at him, and the others, they didn't show any signs of attacking. They were merely on guard. Because they had lived in the dark for a long time, their eyes had completely adapted to the dark environment. A few of them even emitted a faint green light. No matter how you looked at them, they didn't look like normal humans. The tunnel was very long. Just as Borsha had said, They walked for a good few minutes before they vaguely saw the light of a brazier in front of them. An old man with all his hair gone and a face as wrinkled as tree bark was sitting there, focused on roasting a few skinned rats. He continuously sprinkled expensive spices on them and sniffed from time to time. It was obvious that he enjoyed the fragrance very much. It had to be said that this scene was rather strange. On one hand, rat meat was the lowest type of meat on Oroire, and no one with the slightest bit of money would choose to eat it. On the other hand, spices were very expensive luxuries, their value comparable to gold. Some rare species produced on distant islands were even more expensive than gold. Just imagine, if you saw someone on the side of the road dipping a $1 youtiao in top-grade caviar worth tens of thousands of dollars, what kind of expression would you make? Without a doubt, the old man in front of them was doing the same thing. Borgia obviously knew the old man and wasn't surprised at all. She openly walked forward and sat down across from him, reaching out to grab a roasted rat. She was so familiar with it that it was as if it was her own home. However, the old man's movements were faster. He slapped the back of her hand and scolded jokingly, "You damned little bastard, you always want to steal my secret roasted rat meat every time you come here. I really didn't expect your guts to grow bigger and bigger. You even dared to steal the treasure of the Devil's Captain, Captain Casimir Kiz. You must be tired of living. How about it? It doesn't feel good to be hunted down by the entire city, does it? Remember this lesson well, and don't pick someone you can't afford to offend next time. Otherwise, you'll lose your life sooner or later. Speak. What do you need help with this time? I'll say this first. I have no relationship with the people on the Devil's ship, so don't expect me to help you settle this matter. If you want to sneak away, I can help you contact a smuggling ship and guarantee that there won't be any accidents. But as for the fee, according to the old rules, you have to hand over half of what you stole. Humph. Old bastard, you think a mere devil's ship can force me to run? Just wait and see. They'll pay the price for their actions sooner or later. Borgia gnashed her teeth at the mention of her being wanted, her eyes flashing with resentment and unwillingness. As the king of thieves in Valen City, this was the first time she had fallen to the point where she had to hide everywhere. Although the cause was that she had stolen a large amount of the other party's wealth, she still felt stifled in her chest. Ha 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 ha. Don't talk big. You're just one person. What right do you have to make Casimir Kiz pay the price? I'm warning you, don't try to assassinate him. He's not an ordinary small fry. According to the rumors, this guy will hold a strange sacrificial ceremony every time he steals a merchant ship. It seems that he really does have some connection with the lower planes. Did you know, I once saw him get stabbed in the heart, but he was completely fine. He even chopped off the attacker's head with a backhand move. In short, this is an extremely dangerous guy. Now that you've stolen from him, you only have two options. One is to return the things, and the other is to listen to my advice and leave the Sardinia Islands as soon as possible. There's no third option. Chapter 5:13. It could be seen that although the two quarreled as soon as they met, their relationship was quite good. Otherwise, the old man would not have said such sincere words. He was really concerned about the halfling's safety, and was afraid that he would hear bad news one day. Borgia was obviously not convinced. She pulled out her beloved dagger and inserted it on the table. She curled her lips and retorted loudly, "Bullsh *T. I don't believe that Casimir Kiz is immortal. If it doesn't work, I'll use this magical weapon to cut off his head and see if he can continue to live." "Oh, magical weapon. Where did you steal it from?" The old man's eyesight was quite good. He immediately noticed the faint light emitted from the blade and instantly realized its value. "Damn it! Could it be that, in your eyes, all the things on me can only be stolen? You look down on me too much. To tell you the truth, Someone gave this to me for free. It's called the Thief's Friend. It's an unusually sharp magical dagger. Bordia said with a proud expression. The old man ignored her boasting and directly stretched out his finger and gently touched the blade. In an instant, a small wound immediately appeared on the rough skin that even a needle could not pierce. Bright red blood slowly flowed out from the wound. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise and stared at his finger with his eyes wide open. He then looked up at the big-breasted lowly sitting opposite him and sighed, "My God, you didn't meet an idiot, did you? You actually gave away such a precious thing." Hearing this, Andre, who had been standing silently at the side, could not help but twitch his mouth. After all, no one would be indifferent to being called an idiot. He was no exception. Bordia turned her head and quietly glanced at him. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she replied with a smile, "Hee hee. There's no idiot, but there is someone who is optimistic about my future. Old fart, don't worry about me. If you have time, you should think about who should inherit the seat under your but after you die. Otherwise, one day, those little fellows will fight because of the uneven distribution of benefits." Sigh, that's true. Since someone is willing to give such a precious weapon as a gift, it means that you have found yourself a good successor. Do your job well. Having a backer is much better than people like us who can only pick up leftovers. I'm old, and I'm living one day at a time. I don't want to care about what happens in the future. If they can see the stakes clearly, they will unite together. If they can't, they will just wait to be killed or swallowed up by others. Anyway, similar things have happened more than once in this city. When he said these words, the old man's eyes revealed helplessness and the vicissitudes of life, giving people a feeling of loneliness and desolation. From the expression on his face, one could vaguely tell that he must have been an all-powerful genius when he was young. Portia had long since gotten used to the old man's negative attitude. She merely shrugged her shoulders as if it had nothing to do with her. "All right, stop sighing. You almost became the leader of the Rat Gang, the 7th largest underground guild in Valen City. Bernie Ecclestone, all the young people in the city are looking up to you as a role model. Cheer up." Role model? Ha ha ha. That was just the delusion of a young man. It was impossible for him to succeed. Look at me now. I can't even leave this rat hole. Otherwise, I'll immediately attract the joint attack of the 6 major guilds. In this city, the power of the 6 major guilds has already surpassed everything. Unless they fall out with the Pirate King one day, any challenger will only end up like me. The old man called Bernie Ecclestone shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He grabbed the roasted golden yellow rat on the rack and took a bite. He chewed with relish, as if the glory of the past was nothing but a fleeting cloud. Only the food in front of him was worthy of being carefully savored. But you still pose a great threat to them, don't you think so? The fact that the Rat Gang can run amok in the docks of the lower city is a disguised concession. Those people are probably afraid that you'll lead your subordinates like you did a few decades ago and rush into the streets to destroy everything in sight so that no one can earn a single cent, even though Portia was teasing him with a half-joking tone. It was still possible to hear from her just how astonishing the things the old man had done in his youth were. They could be described as earth-shattering. In Valen City, the status of the 6 major guilds was equivalent to the 4 dukes of Lincoln City. To be able to fight against such a powerful force by himself, and even force them to make concessions in the end, was simply a fantasy. There was no doubt that Bernie Ecclestone could be called a legendary figure no matter how one looked at it. The thick joints and veins on his hands were proof that his profession level was definitely not low. Even after aging, he still maintained a powerful fighting strength. Due to the relatively closed environment of the Sardinia Islands, very few people in the outside world knew what happened on the islands. Only a few smugglers would occasionally mention it when they were drunk. Thus, Andre had never heard of any rumors related to it. His interest was piqued for a moment, and he really wanted to know how it was done. Old Bernie clearly noticed this. A trace of a smile appeared on his aged face. He picked up a roasted rat skewer and asked in an extremely playful manner, "Young outsider, do you want to know about my deeds? Come, eat this rat skewer, and I'll tell you everything you want to know." Looking at the rat skewer in front of him, Andre didn't hesitate at all and calmly took it. He opened his mouth and took a bite, and as he chewed, he commented expressionlessly, "It's been roasted for a bit too long. The meat is hard, there's too much spices, and the taste is very average. I personally recommend frying it in oil. Otherwise, meat like this that lacks fat won't be very delicious." Although he put on the appearance of a gourmet, he was actually in a completely different state in his heart. To be precise, he was on the verge of collapse. This was because he couldn't be sure where these rats came from. It would be fine if they were field mice, since they were relatively clean. But if they were rats from the city's sewers, then it was too disgusting. Not to mention what they ate for food. Just the thought of the germs they carried was enough to make one's scalp go numb, not to mention eating them. Fortunately, there were divine spells that could cure almost all diseases in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't touch them even if he was beaten to death. After all, the Black Death was no joke. Europe in the Middle Ages lost a whole third of its population because of it. Chapter 5:14. Old Bernie obviously didn't expect that Andre would eat so heartily and even point out the inadequacies of the taste and texture. A trace of intimidating expression appeared in his eyes as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Not bad. You're the only noble child I've ever seen who can eat rat meat without batting an eyelid, and yet not spit it out. Just based on this, I swear that I won't sell any information related to you." Not just him. Even Posha, who had been with him for some time, had an expression of surprise on her face. This clever halfling knew all too well how picky this human youth in front of her was when it came to food. Don't even mention rat meat. He wouldn't even touch fish that had a slight odor. Under the gazes of the two, Andre unhurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth, placing one hand on his chest as he bowed courteously, "Thank you very much, but compared to this, I'd rather listen to stories about your youth." Like an idiot, he didn't ask the other party how he knew he was a noble child. For an old fox like this, who had lived through the glint of blades and shadows of swords until the age of 70, he could often discover many things just by feeling. Thus, determining a person's identity through their behavior, temperament, and habits wasn't anything strange. Compared to these unimportant matters, he was more concerned about how the underground guilds of Valen City operated, and what they relied on to develop and grow, to the point where they became the monopolistic giants they were today. From the contents of the conversation just now, it wasn't hard to deduce that this old man called Bernie Ecclestone had once fought a great battle with the 6 major guilds. He must have obtained many unknown secrets, and now was the best time to gather information. "Hey, old man, I heard you make a promise just now. Don't try to go back on your word." Seeing the old man sitting on the chair for a long time without saying anything, Posha immediately spoke up. In reality, she only knew a little about the taboo topic that the underground guilds called the Year of the Rat Disaster. She really wanted to hear it from the other party's mouth, so how could she let go of the opportunity today? Since you all want to know the truth so much, then I'll explain it simply. But before that, you all need to have a new understanding of me. Finished speaking, old Bernie sighed helplessly and slowly stood up. He opened his mouth slightly and let out a low growl that only animals would have. Immediately after, the muscles all over his body began to rapidly change, and a large amount of hair grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short few seconds, It completely covered the surface of his body, and even a 2-meter-long slender tail grew out of his butt. Black eyes, gray fur, and sharp nose and mouth. If one ignored the fact that he was still standing, he would have looked no different from an oversized rat. Because the scene in front of her happened too suddenly, Fiona was so scared that she shivered in an instant. She retreated in a panic, and her face was full of fear. As for Portia, she was only slightly better, but her eyes were also filled with vigilance and vigilance. She clearly didn't know that the old man had another attitude. The only one who remained calm from beginning to end was Andre himself. Not only did he not show the slightest bit of panic, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and bowed slightly as he greeted, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Rat Man. I didn't expect to see a work creature in the remote Sardinia Islands. You must have infected your subordinates to become like you back then, and that's why you've shaken the 6 major guilds. Am I right?" Work creatures, as the name implied, were humans who could transform into the form of a wild beast. They usually maintained a normal appearance, but as long as they were willing, they could stimulate the hidden wildness in their body at any time, turning themselves into a half-human, half-beast form. Depending on the species, they would have special bonuses in strength, vitality, agility, and so on. Rat men were an exceptionally agile work creature. Compared to ordinary humans, these guys often had more advantages in battle. Not only could they use weapons such as swords, but they could also pounce on the enemy, tear the enemy's armor with their claws, and bite the enemy's throat with their teeth. In fact, most of them were not born or inherited from their parents. Instead, they were infected with a disease called beastification. It could be infected through body fluids. Usually, when a work creature was bitten or scratched, the disease would enter the body through the wound and lurk in the body until the next full moon's night. They would become irrational beasts and would only recover their sanity when the first ray of sunlight appeared in the morning. There was a professional term for this phenomenon in academia: initial transformation. After the initial transformation, the work creatures mastered the transformation ability. Although they would still succumb to the call of the wild, when using it, their thoughts and consciousness could remain clear. They were quite a difficult enemy to deal with. Think about it. When you were fighting with a work creature, not only did you have to avoid lethal weapons, but you also had to be careful not to be bitten or scratched at all times. Otherwise, you would quickly become a member of the enemy. From a certain perspective, they were a disaster for any city, village, or organization. Take the Rat Men as an example. As long as the highest-ranking leader in front of him was willing to break the bottom line and bite people without restraint in Valen City, then the entire city would fall in less than a week. When that time came, it was very likely that the streets would be filled with rat men. Andre could almost imagine the panicked looks of the underground guilds when large numbers of rat men had spread throughout the city. Not to mention them, even a large city like Lincoln City, protected by mages and churches, would be extremely nervous when they heard of work creatures appearing within the city. There was no other reason than the terrifying destructive power of work creatures. A single outbreak was enough to destroy the entire city. Due to the lack of rationality during the initial transformation, the city would instantly become a terrifying hell when the work creature disease broke out on a large scale. Tens of thousands of residents who had completely turned into beasts would use the city as a hunting ground, killing without emotion until dawn. In the end, less than 1 in 10 would survive. Anyone who had seen such a catastrophic scene would probably have nightmares for the rest of their lives. More importantly, the work creature disease was an irreversible process. Once infected, it could only be cured by taking the antidote within the first few hours. Once this period passed, then one could only pray that one's body was strong enough to resist the invasion of the disease. Otherwise, one would have to obediently be a work creature that everyone hated for the rest of one's life. However, the work creature disease was usually very difficult to discover when it spread. It had almost no effect during the incubation period. So many people didn't take it seriously. It was too late for them to discover anything when they transformed during the night of the full moon. As for the cause of the work creature disease, no one had been able to figure it out. At the very least, the priests who claimed to be able to cure all diseases were rather powerless. They could neither alleviate nor eradicate the disease. Chapter 5:15. Some books recorded that it was the work of an evil legendary wizard from the time of the ancient magic civilization. Others said that it was a curse from a fallen god. The more credible ones were the results of the research of the Druids, the children of nature. They claimed that the cause of the disease came from a special virus. After many years of experiments, they could even use the characteristics of the virus to strengthen themselves and obtain even more powerful shape-shifting abilities. For example, a werewolf with an extremely strong vitality. This branch was known as the shape-shifting masters. Of course, the Druids' shape-shifting was fundamentally different from that of the werewolves. At the very least, they could control the contagion and wouldn't transmit the disease to others or pass it on to their descendants. All in all, the ruling class of Orire had already reached a consensus that the werewolves were extremely dangerous. Once they were discovered, they were to be controlled immediately. If they couldn't be controlled, they were to be exterminated immediately. Many places even entered a state of emergency once traces of them were discovered, and the army was even authorized to execute them on the spot without trial. André had read a lot about the werewolves in books, but this was the first time he'd seen one alive. Even in the collection of the necromancer Ulysses, there were only 2 corpses soaked in embalming fluid. From this, one could see how rare they were. Most of them had died long ago from persecution and pursuit. It had to be known that more than half of the churches viewed the werewolves as pests. The nobles also felt that the werewolves were a threat to their rule. Even the Druids, who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, viewed them as unnatural creatures. As long as they were discovered, they were bound to be forcefully dealt with, either by imprisoning, isolating, killing, or driving them to the wilderness. In any case, they had to be kept as far away from people as possible. As for the other worldlings who lived in the city with their identities concealed, they usually had to be careful their entire lives. This was especially true during the night of the full moon. When they were strongly summoned by their wild nature, they often needed to lock themselves in sealed basements with iron chains. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to return alive if they rushed out onto the streets. However, Bernie Ecclestone's situation was clearly different. He made full use of his own advantages and the chaotic situation in Valen City to establish a powerful force, making it impossible for the underground guilds to exterminate him. If they did, then the remaining rat men would spread the bestiality and turn the entire city into ruins. No matter what, as a work creature rejected and spurned by mainstream society, Bernie was worthy of respect for being able to make it this far. He clearly knew how to use forceful methods to resist, but he also knew how to compromise and reach an agreement that both sides could accept. Otherwise, Valen City would be in a completely different state right now. Shaking his large rat-like head, the old man stared into André's eyes. After a full minute, he sighed, "How surprising. There's actually someone in the South who can recognize a work creature. It looks like your identity is not ordinary." My guess was correct. I had indeed relied on the spread of the bestiality disease to create a large number of rat men. Only then was I able to force those large guilds to compromise with me. However, as a price, I couldn't infect any more normal people, nor could I expand my tribe. Otherwise, they would wage war against us regardless of the cost until we were completely annihilated. In reality, every member of the rat gang had joined willingly. They understood what it meant to be a work creature. But in order to fight for the right to survive and to earn enough food for their wives, elders, and children, they still decided to take the risk with their lives. Back then, it was because there were so many people who couldn't survive that I was able to challenge the 6 great guilds and successfully deal a fatal blow to those arrogant fellows. I made them understand that if we couldn't get what we wanted, we would rather die with the city. Did you know, in that operation called the Rat Plague, a total of 350 of our members were sacrificed. Many of them were 15 or 16-year-old children, and some were over 50 years old. However, they succeeded in infecting over 1,000 of the guild's fighters with the bestiality disease. With the first rise of the full moon, the 6 great guilds' rock-solid rule over Valen City was finally shaken. Perhaps this was the first time they felt fear, destruction, and death, and it could also be the last time. However, none of this was important. What was important was that over 1,000 war creatures threw the territory controlled by the underground guilds into unprecedented chaos. Over 5,000 people were infected, and it was only with the help of the pirates that the situation was barely pacified. Every street was covered in blood, corpses, and severed limbs. Even after several months, the thick stench of blood could still be smelled. It was a massacre, and everyone who was infected was killed without exception. At the same time, the prosperous smuggling trade also suffered a great blow, and it took close to 10 years for it to slowly return to normal. Due to the unprecedented success of this attack, the leaders of the underground guilds finally understood the enormous power I controlled. They began to fearing that I would launch another attack and destroy this city that could bring them countless riches. Thus, they chose to negotiate. In the end, as you can see now, I was imprisoned underground forever like a real rat. I was never able to see the sky outside, and they promised that they would never take the initiative to attack the rat gang. They even allowed us to do some business at the docks to make a living. After listening to the old man's narration, Andre nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Everything you did was to help your subordinates fight for more benefits. Otherwise, you could have given it your all back then and turned the entire Valen City into a battlefield. Using the advantage of numbers and destructive power, you could have completely destroyed the 6 great guilds and become the true ruler of this island. Even the pirate king wouldn't have been able to do anything to you then. Perhaps. But since so many people chose to believe in me, then I can't betray their trust. At the very least, I can't let the entire city go down with me for my own ambitions. Saying this, old Bernie's eyes revealed something called faith. It was so resolute that it hadn't wavered in the slightest even to this day. Without a doubt, this was a person worthy of respect. He was a true hero who could grasp power, but wouldn't lose himself. He knew what he could do and what he couldn't do, and he stuck to his bottom line from beginning to end, even if it meant losing his freedom as the price. Not to mention anything else, just staying in the dark underground tunnels day in and day out wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Chapter 5:16. Think about it, living in a sealed space with no television, computer, cell phone, internet, or any other entertainment facilities for decades, where one couldn't even tell day from night. Time had lost all meaning here, and the only thing one could do was eat and drink. An ordinary person would probably go crazy in 10 days or so, but this old man in front of him was just as normal and didn't even complain, silently bearing everything. As a transmigrator with no sense of security, Andre was extremely wary of most people in the world. Sometimes he didn't mind using some evil methods to achieve his goals. But today, he suddenly felt that he should do something, because someone like old Bernie shouldn't end up dying of old age underground. Even if he was destined to die, he should die with a bang. He shouldn't be like he was now, hiding in the dark underground and being accompanied by rats all day long. Thinking of this, Andre took a deep breath, stared into the other's eyes, and asked probingly, if one day in the future you have another chance to overthrow the rule of the underground guilds, what would you choose? Would you continue to stay here and fulfill your promise, or would you walk out of the cave and enjoy the blue sky and golden sun outside? Ha ha ha. Of course I'd walk out. I've already stayed underground for 25 years. And even in my dreams, I want to return to the surface to enjoy the freedom of the sun and air, even if it's just for a minute. Old Bernie didn't even think before laughing out loud and giving his answer. A scholar once said that the human heart was a very mysterious thing. What it lacked the most for a period of time, it would desire the most in its heart. Freedom might not sound like much, but once it was lost, most ordinary people would immediately go crazy. Some extreme people would even harm themselves or even commit suicide. Old Bernie had been imprisoned underground for 25 years, and his desire for freedom had long surpassed everything, even his own life. If it wasn't for the heavy responsibility on his shoulders, he probably would have already torn up the agreement and rushed to the surface to enjoy the warmth of the sun and the moist sea breeze. Thank you very much for your honesty. I promise that it won't be long before this opportunity comes. Please wait patiently for another month or so. When the time comes, there will be a huge commotion in Valen City. Please don't ask for the specifics, because it's not convenient for me to reveal them. Saying so, Andre bowed slightly, a very sincere smile appearing on his face. It was very obvious that he wanted the other to participate in the upcoming plan, especially the part of destroying the underground guilds. There was probably no one else in the entire city who could do a better job than this old man in front of him. Opportunity? Old Bernie's eyes instantly flashed with a trace of light. He immediately used a scrutinizing gaze to size up the youth in front of him, trying to find some useful information from him. After only a few seconds, he suddenly put his index finger and thumb into his mouth and whistled with force. Instantly, the ear-piercing sound echoed in the cave with the help of the reflections from the walls. Soon, it spread far and wide. Not long after, pairs of glowing green eyes gradually appeared in the darkness. Judging from their numbers, there were at least 100 or 200 of them. There was no need to ask to know that they were the gang members who were in charge of guarding the area. And the most important thing was that these guys were all in their beast forms. Their sharp teeth and claws flickered, with a dark luster under the faint light of the fire. Perhaps they were covered in terrifying germs. Hundreds of rat men quickly surrounded them from all directions, and when the only way out was completely blocked, they didn't make any further movements, only standing in place and waiting for orders. The sudden situation gave Borsha a fright, and she immediately jumped up and shouted, "Hey, old fart, what do you want?" Old Bernie raised his right hand and lightly waved it and stared with his round, jet-black eyes as he replied, "Don't be impatient, little guy. I just want to have a good talk with the young man behind you, and at the same time let him understand the serious consequences of deceiving a rat king. Damn it, he's a guest I brought. You'd better remember this, or don't expect me to treat you as a friend in the future." Borsha didn't back down in the slightest, and even put on an attitude that showed she wasn't willing to give up. "All right, don't be so nervous. I won't do anything to him. Besides, you saw that he didn't even blink from beginning to end. He doesn't have any feelings of fear or dread, so you don't need to worry about him." Finished speaking, old Bernie took 2 steps forward and lightly pushed the halfling away, directly coming in front of Andre. "Young man, do you know what I hate the most? I hate bluffing, deceit, and lies. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or I'm afraid you're going to suffer a little today." Finished speaking, old Bernie narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely threatening expression, especially the 2 yellow incisors in front of the large rat mouth, which gave people the illusion that he would pounce and bite at any time. Those who knew about the characteristics of the ratmen knew that the sharpness of these two teeth was comparable to any sword. Just one bite was enough to tear apart the best chainmail that could be bought on the market. Moreover, it was contaminated with fatal germs. Even if one was lucky enough not to die in the rat's mouth, they would die painfully under the torment of the disease or the plague. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Borsha even put one hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to fight at any time. Having known each other for so many years, she was very clear that the old man in front of her was a man of his word. Perhaps he was easy to talk to normally, but once he made a decision, it was impossible to change it. Andre turned a deaf ear to the threat in the old man's words, and even the smile on his face didn't disappear. He used a contemptuous gaze to sweep the densely packed ratmen around him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and asked with a slightly playful tone, "Bluffing? Deceit? Lies? Hee. Please put away this trick of scaring children. If you want information, just say it. Using these lowly methods will only make me feel that you're not presentable. Also, tell your subordinates to stay away, or else I can't guarantee that they won't be silenced after hearing something they shouldn't hear." In fact, from the beginning, Andre could tell that the old man didn't really have the intention to make a move. He only wanted to extort a bit to see if he could obtain any useful information. Many gang members liked to use this trick, especially those who were more timid or those whose hearts weren't firm. They would often fall for it easily. Unfortunately, old Bernie had clearly chosen the wrong person this time. Chapter 5:17. Even though Andre didn't look old, he was already used to all kinds of situations. Compared to the legendary Lich with terrifying strength, the cold and cruel necromancer, and the Loretta Botons with meticulous thinking and crazy personality, the leader of the Ratmen was just too ordinary, too lacking in deterrence. Perhaps he was good at spreading panic and creating disasters, but in front of the Archmages, he was no threat at all. He was no different from a newborn baby. Seeing that his blackmail didn't work, old Bernie's furry face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. He pretended to smile helplessly and spread out his hands. Hee. You know that I've been imprisoned in the dark underground for so many years. Hearing that there's hope to get out, I'm naturally a little excited. It's inevitable that I'll do something out of line. I hope you don't mind." After saying that, he whistled again. The ratmen blocking the path to the surface quickly retreated and disappeared into the darkness in a few minutes. Looking at the cunning flash in the old man's eyes, Andre didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't expect that a person who was willing to make such a huge sacrifice would have such a scoundrel character. He didn't care that his trick was exposed at all, and he even shamelessly continued to probe. Perhaps it was because he was at the bottom of society, or maybe it was because he didn't receive much education. In short, this old man who used to command the world didn't have the so-called dignity in his speech and actions. He was more like a local ruffian who mingled in the streets. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that it was some kind of disguise, specially used to deceive and confuse the opponent so that he could gain an advantage in a conversation. After all, an old man like this who had lived for 70 to 80 years had extremely rich life experience. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find any loopholes in their behavior. Andre stared at the old man's shrewd face and smiled meaningfully. "Mind? No, actually I don't mind at all. On the contrary, I understand your feelings very well. It's just that I'm a little ashamed of such underhanded means. Since you want to get some information so badly, then I'll reveal a little." Speaking of this, he slowly took out a gold coin that was shining with a strange light from his pocket. Under the dim light, the cobweb-like patterns on the coin immediately appeared, especially the spider in the middle that was constantly changing colors and movements. It gave people an illusion that it was about to come out at any moment. Old Bernie's expression changed when he saw the pattern clearly. He quickly retreated a few steps and cursed in a low voice with extreme vigilance. "Damn it! You're one of them? Oh, you recognize it?" Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. In fact, he just wanted to use the coin to fool the old man, but he didn't expect the old man to know something about the shadow web. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a big reaction after seeing it. Humph, I don't just know him. And they even had dealings with each other. These bastards were simply a bunch of devils who would devour people without spitting out their bones. They were the ones who secretly instigated the rat disaster last time. They even came up with a set of effective plans to disrupt the power system in the city so that they could have the opportunity to extend their hands into the city. After that, when they realized that the situation was not good, they immediately disappeared without a trace. Even though they haven't taken any action in all these years, I know that their power has already infiltrated every industry in Valen City. Especially the pirates. They're close to controlling 20 to 30% of the power. Speak, what are you up to this time? I'll say this first, don't even think about making us charge at the front as cannon fodder, like last time. Old Bernie purposely put on an angry expression as he spoke, trying to vent all the dissatisfaction and warning in his heart. Without a doubt, he had already been viciously scammed by the members of the Shadow Web once, and he didn't want to work with them a second time, even if he was beaten to death. However, he didn't dare completely reject their requests, so he could only use this method to fight for a relatively better benefit. On the other side, Andre suddenly discovered that the shadow web wasn't as hidden as Ken had said. At the very least, many people in the know had already discovered that such a dangerous neighbor was lurking around them and could hand over a fatal dagger at any time. Since even this Ratman leader was aware of their existence, then it was impossible for the underground guilds with more developed information systems to not know. If these people knew, then that meant that the Pirate Alliance, which had a symbiotic relationship with them, also knew. It seemed like the plan to overthrow the Sardinia regime might have to be changed slightly. At the very least, they couldn't completely rely on the power of the Shadow Web, or they might very well end in failure. The unexpected change instantly plunged the conversation into a strange atmosphere. Portia, who had been standing at the side, was confused. She kept looking between the two of them with probing eyes, as though she wanted to find the answer from their faces. After a long silence, Andre suddenly raised his head, stretched out his right hand, and asked with a smile, "I now have a plan to seize control of the entire Sardinia Islands. I wonder if you're interested in joining?" "Are you crazy?" Old Bernie's eyes widened as he stared at the hand in front of him, disbelief in his eyes. As a hero who had once fought against an underground guild, he knew better than anyone else just how frightening the other party's strength was. Disregarding everything else, just the difference in strength between the two parties was enough to make one feel despair. If not for the large-scale outbreak of the bestiality disease, which could easily destroy an entire city, the so-called rat gang would not even exist. They would have long been wiped out by the assassins and killers the other party had sent out. Crazy? Ha 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 ha. Maybe. Andre laughed self-deprecatingly, his eyes filled with a crazed light. Valen City has always been this crazy. Theft, murder, robbery, rape, crimes happen all the time on the streets and alleys. Some even use children around 10 years old as experiments, treating them like livestock and feeding them the meat of their own kind. From a certain point of view, it has already crossed the bottom line of morality and humanity. It shouldn't exist in this world. Don't you think that a place like this should be purified, destroy everything with a huge war, and give it hope and order? Otherwise, I can guarantee that once you die, your subordinates will immediately become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. There won't be any chance of survival. Do you know, in this cruel world, the weak can only fight with their lives on the line to fight for a chance of survival. Backing down means weakness. Weakness means you can be bullied. Being bullied means you can do whatever you want. Think about it. If you were the leader of an underground guild, how would you deal with a group of beastmen who have lost their cohesion? Even if it was to prevent a similar situation from happening again, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate the last threat. That's why you have no other choice but to cooperate with me, unless you want to see everything you've fought for destroyed with your own eyes.